this live as well.
Okay.
We can get started.
Just let me know when you're ready.
All right, I think we're ready.
Okay, very good. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Tobias Wood. I'm a representative from KBOR, Kansas Board of Regents, and this is one of the first chances for me to be the chair, so I appreciate the opportunity to do this. First of all, I need to make sure that everyone can hear me okay. Give me a thumbs up if things are good. Very good. There are some housekeeping details. The first slide that Kayla had up was how to pin the video for the interpreter if you need that. We also have some other housekeeping things if you're new to Zoom, which in 2023, that might be an odd thing, but there is a list at the bottom where you can mute yourself, or you can start or stop your video. You can also enter the chat. So if you have something that you would like to say verbally, you can, you're welcome to unmute and break in and ask your question or add your comment. But we also have the opportunity to add into the chat. And please, Jennifer, if you don't mind helping me out, if someone hits the chat and I miss it, would you please let me know, or Kayla could do the same. We also have an opportunity to show captioning down there, and you can also send a reaction. So if something, if you want to clap or something like this, you'll see that. So there's some other neat reactions. There's also an opportunity to raise your hand under the reactions at the bottom. So if you have a question during the middle of someone's presentation, I would appreciate, and they would probably appreciate it as well, if you'd raise your hand, and then we can find a way to call on you. So that feature looks like this, and it sends a yellow ring around your little square. So that's what that looks like. And then you can lower the hand when you're done using the same function. Okay. So the first thing we'd like to do is we'd like to do our roll call. So Kayla, I'll let you take it over.
All right. If I call your name, just let me know that you're here today. Jennifer King.
Here.
Tobias Wood.
Here.
Barney Pontianis. Brooke Moore. Whitney George.
I am here.
Lena Kisner.
Here.
Michelle Warner. Paul Buck. Dr. Troy Pitch.
Here.
Laura Thompson.
Here.
Chris Raffett.
Here.
Lindsay Graff.
Here.
Rebecca Schultz. Jennifer Kaczynski.
Yes.
Sabrina Rischel. Marvin Miller.
Good morning.
Jennifer Kurth. Brandon Gay. Leslie Gerard.
Here.
Jim McNeese.
Present.
Mike Burgess. John Harding.
This is Deb Hauser here for John.
Thank you, Deb. Luann Barron.
Here. Present.
Okay, have I missed anybody?
Just me again, Kayla. Ashley.
Sorry, Ashley.
That's all right.
And Kayla, we have a quorum.
Yes, we do.
Very good. Well, we'll start with the approval of the agenda. If you had the email that Kayla sent out yesterday, I believe. It has the agenda and the minutes. So if there is if you are presenting today and you know that you are going to need to alter the timing of your presentation, now is the time to plan for that. So you might look over the agenda. If we don't have any changes, we will move to approve. But I'd like some just to give everyone a minute to look over the agenda to see if they need to make any changes. Okay, hearing none, I accept a motion to approve the minutes or approve the agenda.
This is Lindsay Graff. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
This is
We
Jennifer
have a
King. I'll second.
Very good. All right, so we have a move and a second. I believe that Kayla will have a poll for the members to vote. Very good. It looks like unanimous for approval. And that's not to say that if there needs to be a change during the meeting, there quite possibly could be a need to adjust something if someone needs to move somewhere else, or the presentation time needs to change. So that's acceptable, but we've got an approved set of approved agenda. Now there are two sets of minutes to be approved. First is we've got the January 10 minutes and then the January 11 minutes. So those are also a part of the packet. So hopefully you have all had a chance to read that. I'll give you a little bit of time. We would like then to have a motion to approve.
Tobias, this is Lena Kisner. I have a couple questions on the January 10th minutes.
Very good.
On the top of page 3, Brooke Moore, it says she's a professor at Hayes State University, assuming that should be Fort Hayes.
That should, we can amend
And
that.
then at the top of page 7, indicator 13, secondary transition, it says our baseline is 9.84% and the target's 100%. And just assume that maybe we misplaced a decimal.
Okay. And what should that be?
I don't know what it should be, but 9.84 seems really low if the target's 100.
Okay. And that was
That
on
was-
page 7.
That was my mistake. I did notice that one. It should have been 99.8 something.
Okay. For indicator 13.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll make that change. Thank you. Good eye. Good catch. And Kayla, did you also get the Fort Hayes State University?
Yes, I will make that change.
Very good. Any other changes to the minutes? Hearing none, I would accept a motion to approve.
This is Lena Kisner, and I would make a motion to approve the minutes from January 10th and 11th as edited.
This is Marvin Miller. I will go ahead and second that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, and Kayla will have another poll for us. Okay, again, we have unanimous approval. Kayla, did you see that Brandon Gay is here and he just missed the roll?
Yes, I will mark him as present.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Next up is an opportunity for public comment. And this is a chance for you to speak up if you have any questions or comments. Would anybody like to be recognized to speak? Kayla, did you have anyone come ask you if they would like to speak for the public comment?
I have not received any.
Okay, I will give it just another minute. Maybe 30 seconds. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to our next item in the agenda. We've got the July leadership. And this is information item. Are we ready to present?
Yes, this is Bert Moore, and Kayla has put in the packet the registration information for the July leadership. You'll note that our meeting will be held on Thursday, July 27th. We have scheduled the SEAC meeting at the end of the conference instead of the day before the conference. That was because we had so many competing activities going on that first day that many people were responsible to attend. The registration link is there. This is an opportunity for SEAC members to have hotel paid and receive the per diem that the state pays. Any travel costs that are related to the conference, those will all be coordinated through Kayla. So if you would like to attend, you can register at this link and you will work with Kayla on the registration fee. And then after the fact, you present receipts and she will take care of reimbursements. But this is the one conference annually that SEAC is invited to attend. So you may attend on July 26th and 27th. And if you want to come in on the 25th, you're welcome to do that as well. We have a quarterly for special education, which will be in the morning. And then we have we call these quarterlies because we offer 4 of them per year and we offer 1 per quarter. And then there's the title LCP quarterly that is done by the members of my team that coordinate all of our title programs, including McKinney-Vento, neglected delinquent, migrant, et cetera. They're all included in that, basically Title I. Then we have a special ed MIS workshop, which is designed for administrators of special education because we require administrators to attend an annual MIS training. Then on the 26th, you'll see the registration. The conference begins at 8. It will conclude at 4:30, and then it picks up again at 8 on Thursday, the 27th, and then we will have lunch provided on the 27th. And by the way, your registration includes the breakfast and lunch on the 26th and 27th for the breakfast, and we will have a lunch for School Mental Health Advisory Council and our Special Ed Advisory Council from 12 to 1. So the meeting will be from 1 to 4. Did I leave anything out, Kayla?
Nope, I think you hit it all.
So there's your link to get registered, and then you'll work with Kayla for any expenses, and she'll have an expense sheet that she'll have available on the 27th for those people that attend. You do not have to attend. I want to make this clear. You do not have to attend the conference, and you don't have to pay a registration fee to come to SEAC the afternoon of the 27th. So if all you want to do is come on the 27th, we'll still pay travel and whatever per diem might be included. And then we will provide the lunch and the meeting on the 27th. So we don't want to confuse you and think you have to enroll in the conference to attend SEAC. That's not the point. But you are given the professional development opportunity to attend the entire conference. Thank you.
Very good. Does anyone have any questions?
If you think of something later, just contact Kayla, or you can contact me and we'll put you in touch with registration if you forget this or you lose this. So we'll take care of you.
Very good. Well, I appreciate that. So looking down our agenda, I realized that some of the members may have acronym amnesia. So if you fail to recognize any of those acronyms, there is a document that we have. Kayla, is that part of the, I forget what part of the packet has those acronyms in it. Do you remember?
It should be with all of the bylaws.
Okay. I personally created a separate document and I call it C acronyms. It's just all those. And so I refer to that often, having not, for those of you who don't know, I am outside the world of special education, but this is of interest to me, and that's how I ended up here. So next up, we've got Brian Dempsey with a discussion item on state performance and annual performance report. Do we have Brian ready?
Yes, thank you, Tobias, and good morning,
Stan.
committee. I'm going to review the SPPAPR submission. So as Tobias indicated, that stands for the State Performance Plan Annual Performance Report. And this is for FFY 2021, the FFY's federal fiscal year. This was submitted, so I talked to you in January as we were preparing to submit this report. It was submitted the end of January. They're due February 1 of every year. So it's about a 2-year for FFY 21. We submitted by February 1 of 23. Okay, Kayla, next slide. Next slide. There we go. So I talked to you in January about our indicators, and specifically there were a couple that we were changing the baselines, and you approved those changes. One of them was on this slide, indicator number 2. The other was indicator 17. Everything else we talked about. So I'll do kind of a high level. If you have any questions, just interrupt me, and we can go from there. So the first 2 indicators, I tried to group these a little bit by, some of them are independent because they're just a lot of sub indicators, and some I tried to group accordingly. These are indicator 1 and 2, graduation and dropout. So for all the slides and for all the indicators, you'll see what our current baseline is, what our data ended up being that we submitted in our report, and then what next year's target is. So for graduation, you can see that our 21 data was 81.92 and our target is 81.90. So for 1 and 2, these are lag years. So if the committee recalls in our conversation, we saw a significant, we thought was an anomaly of our graduation rate spiking and our dropout rate dropping as a result of March of 20, when the school session ended early, and we thought it was a result of that. So what you're seeing is kind of that correction for us to get back in alignment with the historical data and then projecting outward. And indicator 2 is a reflection of the change in baseline where they changed the formula. So OSEP has aligned indicator 1 and 2 with the same data point or data pulls and the same equation. Indicator 2 historically is ran in the 2s. You're seeing the 16.65 because of the shrinkage of the denominator. It used to be those that dropped out over all students with IEPs. Now it's those that dropped out over students with IEPs who left. So kind of exiters over leavers, and shrinking that denominator has increased the percentage. So the number of students dropping out really hasn't changed. The equation changed. And again, we changed that baseline. So the year before, if you remember, when we converted it, it was about a 14% dropout, which was an anomaly and way out of line with our historical performance. So the 16.65 really equates to the 2s that we were running historically, and that's why we reset this year and we had that option from OSEP. Okay, Kayla, next slide. Indicator 3 is our assessment indicator. There are 4 parts and 6 components in each part. So there are 24 indicators for indicator 3. So Carrie Rogers manages this for us, keeps her quite busy. So 3A is the participation of students with IEPs. 3B is the proficiency of students with IEPs. 3C is the proficiency of students taking the alternative assessment. And then 3D is a gap in proficiency rate. So how are students with IEP scoring against the general student population? Okay, Kayla, next slide. So we'll go through these in their individual components. Each, when I said each had 6, they are all broken into reading and math, 4th, 8th, and 10th. So you'll see that across the board. And as we go through, you'll hear me talk about slippage. So as you see a slide, if you see slippage, those are areas we had slippage in. And that's from the year before to this submission, did we have slippage? If the measurement is 10% or greater, slippage is defined as anything greater than 1% change from the year before. And then if it's the measurement is, I think it's 1%, then it's the slippage is 0.1%. Okay, but as you can see with A, with participation, our target is always going to be 95%. That's consistent. And we don't quite hit that in 10th grade, but we didn't have any slippage, but we're doing pretty well there. Okay, Kayla, next slide. 3B is our proficiency. How are they doing in the assessments? And as you can see, for reading, we had slippage in all 3 areas. And for math, we had slippage with 10th grade. Okay, Kayla, next slide. So we didn't talk about slippage in January, so I'll spend a little bit more time here. So the proficiency of slippage, really the overarching reason we believe is a continuation of the outcome of the COVID-19 interruption. But we do point out for each, and I did 3 individually because there are different data points. When you look at the proficiencies of students without disabilities, there was a bigger drop in proficiencies than what we saw with students with IEPs. So even though we had slippage, it wasn't quite as great as what the general student population saw in all 3. So the difference in those 3 bullets are the differences in the amount of decreases. That's why I separated that out so you can see that. And for math in high school, we it's a combination of the COVID-19 interruption, and we did roll out a new high school math assessment with new cut scores for 2022, and that's what you're seeing with this. We think is just kind of that realigning of that grade level. So that's 3B proficiency. 3C, Kayla, next slide, is proficiency for those with the alternate assessment. So these are students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. They take an alternative assessment, and we saw slippage in reading in 4th and 10th, and then slippage in math in the 4th grade level. Kayla, next slide. And again, for the slippage, for the alternative assessment, there's really not a comparison point because these are the most significantly cognitive disability children. There's not any comparison to the general ed, but we did note that with COVID, all students had a decrease. And then math, again, it's the same. Okay. Next slide, Kayla, for 3D, the gap in proficiency rate. So how are we doing compared with the students without disabilities and without IEPs? And you can see here, we had no slippage. So we're doing pretty good, which I guess makes sense if you think in the aggregate, if we're not slipping as much as the general population is, that kind of closes that gap. Not that that's good, but that's an explanation as to why we didn't have slippage, and hopefully we'll continue in that direction. Okay, Kayla, next slide. Indicator 4 is about suspensions and expulsions, and it's broken up into 4A and 4B. 4A is discrepancy overall of students with IEPs having greater than 10 days in a school year for suspensions and expulsions. And 4B is disaggregated by race, policies and procedures as well. So 4A and B are really compliance indicators. So you're always going to see the baseline of 0%. We don't want anybody to fall into this. And our data for both was 0%. Our target for 4A, we did bump up over this 5-year package or 6-year package, if you recall. We have to end at the original baseline of 0. So for 4A, we thought there historically there'd be a little give there. So you're going to see 0.7% for 4A until the last year of this package, and we're back down to 0. And then 4B will stay 0. Okay, next slide, Kayla. Where are our students? This is the education and preschool environments. Indicator 5 is for our 5-year-old kindergartners through 21. And then indicator 6 is the preschool environments. And whoa, I didn't catch this on the measurement for the 5-year-old kindergartners through 21, they all are A. That should be A, B, C. I apologize. And then, so we want our students in regular classrooms. So that's 80% for A. And then the second should be B, that's 40%. And then C for that box should be C. And then those are the most restrictive environments. So as you see, the baseline goes down. We really want students included and integrated as much as possible. So we did not have any slippage in that area. Indicator 6 is the preschool environment, same concept. A, B, C, A most inclusive, B to C to least restrictive. And those percentages drop as well. And we're doing well in this indicator in this year's submission. There's no slippage in that either. Okay. Kayla, next slide. Preschool outcomes. There are 3. There's A, B, and C. In order to try to have you be able to read this, C is on the next page, but they're all broken into 2 different components. So A is really about social relationships of the preschool children. B is about their acquisition and use of knowledge. And then C will be about self-regulation and managing themselves. 1 and 2 are the same in each. 1 is of those that enter below age expectations. Did they substantially increase by the time they turn 6? 2 is of those who are functioning within the age expectation, are they functioning within the age of expectations by 6 years of age? So you'll see the baseline for 1, we would expect to be higher. For 2, it's going to be a little bit lower. We did have some slippage in A for both and B for 1. And then you see our targets there. The next slide, Kayla, just reflects C, which is their self-regulation, and the same 1 and 2. Again, the baseline is going to be higher for 1 and a little bit lower for 2. We did see slippage in this as well. So the next slide will show you our reasons for slippage, which were consistent for all of them. And it was several factors. We think we're seeing the extension of the COVID-19 interruption, but also there's been significant staff turnover at the local level. And the other thing in the preschools, we're seeing an increased request for technical assistance with data entry. So some of this we think is going to the quality of data, and we hope over time that we'll see this improve. Okay, indicator 8 is parent involvement. This is a survey to the parents. We switched to census survey. Of those parent survey, did they feel that they were included and the school allowed them to participate and provide facilitation? And there's no slippage here. Okay, next slide. Disproportionate representation is 9 and 10. This is about identification. 9 is the percent of districts with disproportionate representation of racial and ethnic groups in special education as a result of inappropriate identification. 10 is by specific categories for racial and ethnic groups. Again, this is a compliance, should be 0. We did have some slippage on by and identification. And the reason for that slippage is we shifted our measurement from a weighted risk ratio to a risk ratio. And in working with districts, we're seeing some inconsistent or outdated policies of those that were flagged for this. And then working on professional development with the districts. Okay, Kayla, next slide. 11 is timely evaluations. OSEP refers to this as child find, but child find is much bigger. This indicator really just measures of those students you receive parental consent for an evaluation. Did you complete that evaluation within your timeline. And it says 60 days, which is OSEP's definition, or if a state has a different, Kansas uses 60 school days. And we're doing well here. We're almost close to our target. It's a compliant, our baseline is 98.40 and we're at 99.63. So we're just off a couple students in that, I think, when we did the calculation. Okay, Kayla, next slide. For early childhood transition, so those young people who were identified and eligible in Part C prior to age 3, did we have a nice transition and a warm handoff over to Part B for those that were eligible without any disruptions? We're doing really well. We have a baseline of 72, but we're really close to the target of 100% and no slippage here. Secondary transition, as Lena pointed out, our baseline is 99.84. Our target's 100, and we're pretty close to that. This is indicator 13 is more about, are you working with those students at age 16 as required? I think we think best practice is 14, and we talk about that. But your transition goals, are they appropriate to the student, individualized, and measuring what and leading towards post-secondary success for that student? Again, doing well, no slippage here. Post-school outcomes. So transitions about before they leave, post-school, what happened after they left. Here, there's 3 options. It's A, B, and C. When they left, were they enrolled in higher education within a year, which is A. B is higher education or competitive employment within a year. And then the second B should actually be C, I apologize. Enrolled in higher education, competitive employment, or any other employment. So as you stack those, you can see our baselines are going to go up with that. We did have slippage in B from last year. And Kayla, the next slide, I think we talk about that and what our rationale or reason is for that. It tied over. For those of you that have been on the committee for several years, we had some slippage in this area before and post-secondary outcomes, and some of it related to the ongoing effects of COVID and health and those that have left school and being able to be in the workforce. So again, just seeing the continuation of that. Okay, dispute resolution. As you know, for quite a few years, we have not met the threshold as to the number of due process hearings or mediations. So we're not measured on this until we have 10 or more in each, and we just haven't had that. We've had more formal complaints this year, but we don't measure that. I know we've had a little uptick in dispute or due process hearings, but I'm not sure we're going to hit 10, maybe on mediations this year. We'll see next year. Okay. Kayla, next slide. The last indicator is our state systemic improvement plan, and Carrie Haig manages this. Our focus is reading for kindergarten through 5th grade in targeted buildings. And we've done very well in this, and it's comparing, making sure they're hitting age or grade level benchmarks as compared, they're doing a comparison to students without IEPs. And this year was really good in that. And I think what we're seeing overall, and we've had slippage each year. We've had some slippage consistently in some of these. So like the preschool, we're doing a lot of technical assistance. And so those numbers have really improved, even though there's a little bit of slippage. But I think what this also points to, you're seeing 2 things. One is the effect of COVID on the general population and some of that slippage. But 2, if everybody recalls, OSEP didn't allow us any waivers with IDEA through COVID. So the requirements remain the same. So I think you're seeing a little bit of rigor in this and students with IEPs and why there's not as much slippage as you might see as indicator 3 pointed out. There was more of a drop in the general student population than with students with IEPs. And then where we're at in the process, we submitted the end of January. OSEP then reviews the submission, and then they provide feedback. And informally, we thought that might be today or tomorrow. If not, definitely by next week, but we think it'll be this week. And then we have 2 weeks in order to respond to OSEP. So if it's this week, then by the end of the month, we'll respond to their comments to us. And they're usually just clarifications. We had a couple last year, and it was just clarifying some of our statements in our submission report. And I think that's it, Kayla. I didn't see anything in the chat or any hands pop up. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. But that's what we submitted.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have any questions? Bert, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Tobias. The only thing that I would add is that we have quite the extensive team here at KSDE that spends, at least a day a month, half a day to a day a month, reviewing our SPP data. And we'll be having more meetings set up and reviewing the 2022 data. And then we'll be doing the same thing again. And typically we gear up for the fall. And you will be hearing, those of you that remain on SEAC, you'll be hearing more about this as we look at that data as it's collected and how it will impact our indicators as far as whether we meet target or not. So you have some opportunities within 1% to have slippage before it counts. And then when you drop below a certain percent, 1% for your compliance required annual performance report indicators, then you have to really come up with some bona fide evidence to support why you've had that degree of slippage. And it's our concern as we're looking at more and more program systems out there that have the teachers that lack the highly qualified licenses, where we have the open positions that people have doubled up classrooms, or they're having to stretch special ed teachers from, let's say, 10 students to 20, 25 students, that it could have an impact on our data. I'm sure it will. You're going to be hearing more about this. And I know that Dr. Proctor will visit with us when he's introduced, but we're trying to formulate some ideas here at KSDE to support the field. But when it comes to the SPP APR indicators, we have to get your approval through SEAC, and we do that annually. And that's why we spend so much time on this as a Special Ed Advisory Council, because you are to advise the state on matters such as this. And when we get to our differentiated monitoring, OSEP will review very closely our Special Education Advisory Council website. And they may go through our minutes, they may go through several years of data to show that we have run things through the Special Ed Advisory Council for adoption and approval. So we really thank you as a Special Ed Advisory Council for supporting this work in our state, because ultimately it's about helping children to be successful and to be ready for life after they exit school. That's why I'm so focused on transition and feel that that is the final measurement that we need to be looking at, is how well students do as they exit our systems. And I know our state board has similar goals for the success of each student, and they've been developing and talking about methods and ways that they want to support the work in the state. So I would just say that at this point in time, we very much appreciate all the work that SEAC does. And I know that you don't understand everything that we share with you, because even our team at times has to stop and think, what does that mean? I'm sure if we gave Kayla a test today on the SPP APR, she wouldn't want to share her score with everyone. But at the same time, we are accountable to this work. And this is the work that the special education at Office of Special Ed has decided is critical and key. so that we're measuring the success of our programs to meet the needs of all of our students. So I think I've gone on and on enough on that, but Tobias, I just want to say thank you, SEAC, for helping us and supporting this work. And pardon our edits as we make them, because sometimes we put these together pretty quickly and we catch ourselves. So thank you for your understanding.
Sure. And I will speak for the group. And when I say that SEAC appreciates the work of the experts, and we do put our trust in those experts to do what they do. And we certainly understand about the little edit details. It's the content that means the most. So thank you for that, Bert and Brian. So Bert, next up is the VI eligibility. Are you ready for that?
I am ready for that. It's very interesting that back in November, we received notice from the Office of Special Education Programs that they were concerned about the restrictive nature of how students with visual impairments were being looked at for receiving special education services with or without correction. And so they told us that they would be going to the sites in the states, and they would be looking for any evidence that there may be a state that had eligibility criteria that may be a little too restrictive to meet that requirement of a visual impairment that has a diagnosis and has a IEP team, a staffing team, if you will, an evaluation who's meeting and discussing the evidence that would support that this child may need accommodations or special education supports and services. So lo and behold, on March 10th, we received a letter that said we may have something on our website which was considered to be questionable about whether or not it was too restrictive. It didn't specifically tell us what it was at the time, but we were able to find the fact sheet that they referenced, which we don't know when it was put up there, but a fact sheet was put up on our website at some time in the past that evidently had acuity levels that showed some narrowing bands of when a child might be considered eligible for VI services. So acuity, for those of you that aren't familiar with those terms, would be the degree of vision loss. So this became concern to us, and Brian was able to locate and find this fact sheet, and we looked at it and definitely felt like that it was too restrictive compared to the OSEP guidance we received. So we were asked to meet with our monitor and also with a couple of other OSEP people to discuss and review with them what they had located on our website. We were very quick to admit to them that we thought that it was too restrictive based upon the guidance. I told them I wasn't even aware that fact sheet was on our website. And believe me, when we talk about the differentiated monitoring system where they're going to spend a year looking at our website, they're going to look at our website. So they found this fact sheet. So what I did as a corrective action, and I selected this as the director for the state. I'm not going to put this onus on any of my team other than me. And I put a letter together, which we will send out to principals and superintendents and directors of special education, that says, please go back and review any of your students that had visual impairments that you may have used this fact sheet as evidence to support that they did not qualify for eligibility, and make sure that you did not use restrictive acuity levels when finding the child not eligible to receive services. And I sent that to the monitor, gosh, it's been 3 weeks ago, and he was going to check with OSEP and then get back with me before I sent it out to the field. And we'll meet with him Monday, and I will ask him if he's ready for me to send that out to the field. I've got some people that think that we're saying that we're guilty before we've been told we're guilty, but I have always been proactive when it comes to these sorts of things, because someone may have used that fact sheet to restrict a child's eligibility. And I want to be sure that we turn over every stone to ensure that no one used that fact sheet for any eligibility decision. Now, when you look at our Kansas Process Handbook, in fact, they bragged about our definition in the Kansas Process Handbook, and they wish that other states would align their eligibility criteria to what we had listed. So it was kind of one of those questionable calls. You know, you're being told you've got something that's too restrictive, and then they're smiling at you saying, you have some really great eligibility criteria in this process handbook, and we really like it, and we think other states should use it. So I just wanted to share with you all that we will be sending this letter out as soon as I get a green light from the Office of Special Education Programs. And I will ask that directors who oversee the eligibility for students for visual impairment will make sure that they go back and they look at any students they did not find eligible to ensure they did not use that fact sheet. That's all they have to do. They don't have to document anything. They don't have to send me anything. It's the idea that they've gone back and said, we didn't use this fact sheet when we were looking at eligibility. We used the eligibility indicators in the Kansas Process Handbook, which we get bragged on for that all the time, by the way. The people that put that together, the brainiacs, put together an outstanding document, which many states have borrowed from Kansas and implemented a lot of our language. And of course, it's not copyrighted, so they're welcome to it. But I did want SEAC to be aware of this. So if you hear anything, that's what it's about. And I did send a copy of the letter to John Harding because I wanted for John to be aware of what we were doing. And he was in agreement. He felt like that was reasonable. And that's what a reasonable person would do. So he didn't have any concerns with it. So Deb, I just wanted you to be aware that John and I did visit about it and he's fine with it. But it's just a letter that explains this whole process. And says, here's what we plan to do about it. And I just want to make sure that OSEP doesn't have something else they want us to do. So I haven't sent it out yet. Any questions? Still can't figure out who put that fact sheet on the website, but anyway, there it was.
Well, very good. Well, thank you, Bert. And so I appreciate that explanation. And it is odd when you have what appears to be what I would call a two-sided compliment when someone says, hey, you're doing some great things, but then there's something on the backside that stings a little bit. Very good. Any questions for Bert about VI eligibility? Thank you for that explanation.
Not a problem.
Okay, before I forget, Kayla did put the link to the registration for July in the chat, so that's the place you could pull it from. You could also pull it from the PowerPoint slides that are available. Next up in the agenda, we have the MOE with Christy Weller. Christy, are you ready?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Kayla, I think I'm going to share my slides this time because when you tend to recycle presentations and forget you have a voiceover on several slides, that might be a problem. So let me go ahead and share my screen if I am able to. I'm not able to yet.
We have the benefit of time. We're ahead of schedule.
You should be good now.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Christy Weiler. I am a coordinator on the Special Education Title Services team here at KSDE, and I am here to talk to you about IDEA LEA maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort is kind of a hot topic. It is a really big deal to our special education directors, and it should be a really big deal to them because we can lose out on some money and we definitely don't want to do that. So Bert wanted me to come and talk to you all about maintenance of effort and why it's so important and why we should look at it. I'm sorry, let me move that there. There we go. So why is maintenance of effort required and what does it really mean? So I'm going to spew a lot of words and language out to you, and I will try and simplify it as best as I can, which is what I try to do because it can be a lot. So maintenance of effort is required to ensure that LEAs do not replace state and local funding with their federal funds. So basically, this is their supplement, not supplant test for their federal funds. So with MOE, it means that an LEA must budget at least as much as what was expended in the most recent year it was met, that LEA was met, or LEA MOE was met, which is what's called the eligibility standard. So basically they need to budget more than what they spent in the previous year. And then there is a compliance standard, which means that the LEA must expend at least as much as it expended in the most recent year it met LEA MOE, or we'd like to call that the last time they made their test. So there's two big components, and then it's broken up in 4 ways. There's eligibility, and then there's the compliance standard. And then those tests that we talked about, or those comparisons, are calculated in 4 ways, which we like to call tests or methods. You'll hear it 2 different ways. It seems really simple, but it can get really complicated. And I'm here to tell you and show you why that is. So having some issues. There we go. So here are the LEA MOE regulations. I'm not going to go through every single one, but you are more than welcome to pull out a regulation book and have a go at it. It's great reading. So, but these are all of the things that I'm mainly going to hit on the presentation today. We're going to talk about the standards. We're going to talk about any allowable exceptions to maintenance of effort. There is a certain adjustment that LEAs can take, and then we're going to talk about the consequences mainly of not meeting MOE. So we talked about there were 2 standards. So the first one is eligibility. And all this really means is that the LEA must budget more than what they spent in the previous year. And the reason why this is an eligibility standard is that the LEA is basically establishing eligibility for their next subgrant award for the next following year. So this one is really easy to meet because you just have to budget more than what they actually spent, which is what we normally do anyway. So eligibility is super easy to meet. And if they don't meet it, because for some reason they were off budgeting, then we basically go in and help them make that fix by looking at their budget document. The compliance standard is where everything gets kind of murky in the waters, and that the LEAs and special ed directors tend to frown upon when you don't meet the compliance standard. But basically, this means that the LEAs must spend at least the same amount or more of expenditures for kiddos with disabilities in, how do I want to say it? They must, help me out, Bert. I have a tongue tied today. They must spend more than what they spent in the previous year or the last time they met maintenance of effort in one of those 4 methods. Did I get that? Okay.
You did.
Thank you. I talk about this stuff all the time. I don't know why. I think it's because it's a different council.
But I look at, Christy, is you can't spend less.
Yes, you cannot spend less. You have to spend at least the same amount or more the last time that a compliance test was made. So we talked about the 2 standards, the eligibility and compliance, and then there are the 4 methods, or the 4 tests is what we like to talk about. And there are 4 ways of calculating it. And the 4 tests are meeting the total amount of state and local combined funds. And then we break up that amount per pupil. So we take the December 1 count and we divide that into that amount, and it comes up with a per pupil amount. So that's 1 test and 2 tests. And then we take out all of the total state aid and we look at what the LEA is just contributing locally. So we look at their local funds only. That's the 3rd test. And then we break that up per pupil. So those are the 4 tests. An LEA must only meet 1 test in eligibility and 1 test in compliance to meet the requirements of IDEA and meeting their maintenance of effort. But I always challenge our LEAs to meet at least all 4 tests, and you'll see why here in just a moment. But so just breaking those standards down, eligibility is comparing the most or the budgeted amount to the most recent year, and then compliance is compared to the expenditures from the last time the test was made. So eligibility, budget, compliance, expenditures. I get asked a lot how MOE is calculated, and this is the simplest way that I could actually explain it, but we take the total LEA special education expenditures, we subtract out their gifted expenditures because gifted is not calculated in maintenance of effort, and we also subtract out any Part C or infant toddler program that they're participating with KDHE, that is subtracted out as well. And so that's where we come out with that total state and local funds amount. Special education expenditures, less gifted, less Part C, that's where we come up with that first test amount. And then we break it out per pupil. And then to find the local only funds, we find what the LEA has received from KSDE in the amount of their total state aid. We subtract that, and then we just take a look at their local funds. And then for that 4th test, we divide it by their per pupil count. Seems pretty easy, I know. So basic recap: budget, eligibility, most recent years, that's budgeting. Compliance is the expenditures. There's 2 big standards: eligibility, compliance, and then you have the 4 methods that you can calculate off of. Sounds easy, right? Do I have any questions so far? And I can't see my chat, so Bert, good?
I don't see any questions in the chat.
You're going to have a quiz, aren't you, later, Christy?
I should, but that's no fair because I have some SPED directors on here who could answer those all properly. Right, friends? Yes, you could. All right. So there are some allowable exceptions to allowing the LEA to meet maintenance of effort. Now, here are some just general rules about the exceptions. It's permissible to take multiple exceptions in 1 year as long as those exceptions apply within that year. They can use the exceptions to reduce both eligibility and their compliance standards if they need it. And they're also able to use those exceptions to reduce any of those 4 tests or 4 methods. We don't really have to look at the reduction on eligibility so much because most of the time it's just budgeting more than what you've spent the previous year. But exceptions do really come into play when an LEA does not meet maintenance of effort. Now, within the law, there's actually 5 exceptions that LEAs can use. In Kansas, we only utilize 4. The first one is the voluntary departure of special education staff or related services personnel. This is the most widely used exception, and the operative word for this exception is voluntary. The staff member has to voluntarily departure their position or leave special education altogether. So it's resignation, retirement. Unfortunately, if there's a departure for just cause, we can also utilize that. This is for certified staff, classified staff, and any contracted service personnel. But that special word that we have to think about is voluntary. The second exception is a decrease in enrollment with your children with disabilities. So this is a decrease in this December 1 student count. For the longest time, we've never had to use this exception, and so it never really came into play until COVID happened. Parents were pulling their kiddos from services, or services just couldn't be provided. So we did find during the 1920 to 2021 school year, we did see that there was a significant decrease in the student 1 count or December 1 count. So we could actually utilize this. But for the most part, most LEAs will say we're always trending upwards with that December 1 count. So we've never really had to use this before, but it is an option. The third exception is the termination of, I'm just going to sum that up. It's a termination of an exceptionally costly program for one specific kiddo. So this kiddo, by definition in Kansas, has to cost 4 times the amount of their state and local combined per pupil amount. And so by each LEA, that amount is going to vary. But let's just say you have a kiddo that costs 4 times that amount. They cost the LEA at least $100,000 a year. If that kiddo ends up terminating all of those services, as in they've left the district, they've aged out, they've graduated, they no longer need their services are completely terminated, then the LEA would have a reduction in expenditures going into that next year. So they can take the entire cost of that kiddo's program and apply it as an exception towards their maintenance of effort. Now, one thing I want to stress about the use of this exception is that if an LEA is being reserved with their funds and they want to figure out a way to bring those kiddos back in-house and kind of do a savings reduction, that doesn't count. The special words, I guess, to use in this exception is that it has to be a termination of all services for those specific kiddos. Option number 4 is the termination of a costly long-term purchase or construction or acquisition of equipment. So this would be something that costs more than $5,000 as just one unit, and it has a long lifespan of use. So we would like to maybe say if someone needs to purchase a special education bus or a vehicle, or maybe there is some type of equipment that is written into a child's IEP that is needed, that costs more than $5,000, that has a long extended use of life, then that is an exception that applies because it is a costly expenditure in 1 year that is not needed in the next year. So then that exception applies. The 5th exception is the assumption of a high cost fund. Kansas doesn't participate in that. We don't have a high cost fund, so we cannot utilize this exception, but LEAs are able to use any one of those 4 exceptions, and they can use multiple of them throughout the year to track maintenance of effort and reduce their maintenance of effort threshold. Any questions on exceptions? Great. So there is an adjustment to maintenance of effort that can be used. I will tell you right now, I speak of it, I share the adjustment. This is not something that we actually utilize in Kansas because it does take a lot of prep time. And if you are a standalone district, this is very easy to use. But if you have a director of a co-op or interlocal that has multiple districts that they service, this can be a little bit of a headache for them. So I've never seen anybody use it, but it is an option. So this adjustment is when there is an increase in the IDEA allocations, then an LEA may reduce their expenditures by 50% of that increase. But of course, there's a caveat on that, right? There's conditions on how they can utilize this adjustment. So a great example of this is a few years ago, there was a supplemental allocation for IDEA, right? That came out under American Rescue Plan. So their allocations increased by 50% more the next following year. So LEAs were eligible to take this adjustment, but here are the conditions that they had to use or to be able to take this adjustment. So the LEA would have to free up state and local funds to carry out any ESSA activities during that state fiscal year in which the adjustment takes place. So they would have had to take it during that next year. The LEA must receive a level of determination of meets requirements from the SEA. The SEA can't have any sanctions or actions taken against them. We're good at KSDE. The LEA could not have any type of responsibility of taking vape away by KSDE. We don't have any LEAs that fall under that. But also the LEA cannot be identified to be significant disproportionate. So those are the conditions. The biggest one is that very top one is freeing up state and local funds to carry out ESEA activities, right? You have to plan that. That's something that you really have to look towards. And honestly, I will tell you, normally the 50% adjustment isn't enough, really. So, and it's such a hassle, I guess, you know, for the directors or for districts to utilize this adjustment, but they can do it if they choose to. Key takeaways is that the required level of effort for either standard eligibility compliance is based on the last time that the LEA made the compliance test. They must use the same calculation when they're comparing year to year. And again, if an LEA only meets one of the 4 tests, then they meet maintenance of effort. Okay, so I wanted to talk about, and I don't really have a slide for this, and I'm going to go back to this really quick because I just realized I didn't include it in my slides. But when we talk about the LEA meeting maintenance of effort, I say that they only have to meet one of the tests, right? But I challenge and encourage LEAs to meet maintenance of effort by all 4 tests. And the reason why is because if you meet all 4 tests every year, you're comparing basically to the last year, to the previous year. That was the last time they made the test. So they meet all 4, then you're just comparing year to year. That is really simple for a director and a business office to look at, looking at previous year's expenditures. Now, if let's just say an LEA only met 1 out of the 4 tests, let's just say they only meet it with that state and local combined test in 1 year. So let's say they made it last year in 21-22, but they didn't meet any of the other tests in 21-22, and they made it in 2021. So you're basically looking at expenditures and that calculation for that 1 test for 21-22, and then you have to go back 2 years and look at those expenditures to compare to the current test year. That seems really confusing, you know, and so that's why I encourage LEAs to meet maintenance of effort by all 4, because you're just looking at apples to apples instead of an apple to an orange 2 years prior. Now, we do have some LEAs. The backstop for this, for going back for the test periods is all the way back to 2010. So, you know, I do have some LEAs who haven't made maybe like a per pupil test since 2012, 2013. So they're literally going back to 2012, 2013 and comparing expenditures all the way back to that previous year. So I highly encourage our LEAs to meet all 4 tests. And the way that they can do that is actually taking exceptions. Now, the reason why this is such a big deal, and I didn't state this before, is that in 2015, that's when OSEP in the United States Department of Ed was like, oh, let's make maintenance of effort a little bit more complicated for our LEAs, right? It used to be, right, Lindsay, that we would go back and just compare year to year, but then they're like, oh no, let's not do that. Let's go back to the last year that each LEA made each specific test. Let's just complicate it a little bit more for our districts. And that's what they did. So exceptions are a really big deal. I highly encourage our directors to track exceptions all year long, because technically we do the report and the submission of maintenance of effort once a year, but LEAs should be tracking this all year long. From the very get-go, they should be looking at their previous year's expenditures and tracking staff who is left so they can utilize these exceptions as we go. And the reason why I say that is because there are consequences to our LEAs for not meeting maintenance of effort. So if an LEA does not meet maintenance of effort, basically they have to repay the federal government the amount by which the LEA failed. Okay, so in that one, that's not fun. So they have to send funds back. They must pay back out of non-federal funds, or if they have federal funds, which accountability doesn't fall under GEPA, then they can utilize those federal funds. Those are very few and far between. So it's mainly coming out of their local funds. Here in Kansas, we have the LEA not repay the state, but we literally have them cut the check and send it to the U.S. Department of Education. So it bypasses us as that middle person. And if the LEA does not meet the eligibility standard, they are not able to apply for IDA 6B funds. So basically, if they don't meet eligibility, they don't get their next year subaward. And then if they don't meet maintenance of effort by their compliance standard, they're sending money back. So they're taking money out of their districts and having to send it back to the U.S. Department of Ed. That obviously hurts our kiddos and will hurt the district. So maintenance of effort is a really big deal. So let's just say the consequence we are looking at all 4 tests, and the LEA didn't meet all 4 tests. And let's just say the highest amount between the test amounts are $500,000 and the lowest amount would be $100,000. The districts or the LEA would only have to spend or pay back that $100,000, not the $500,000. But I will tell you, over the last several years, it's been really hard on the LEAs and for me to try and get districts to meet maintenance of effort. The last year we had 35 districts not meet it initially, and then we ended up working with those districts and finding enough exceptions to get them to meet at least one test of maintenance of effort. This year we only had 7 districts, but I'm still working with 1 district so far who I'm hoping will be able to meet maintenance of effort, but if not, they will be cutting a check for $400,000 to the U.S. Department of Education. And it is a very small standalone district. So, things like that is detrimental to some LEAs. So we want to keep all the money in LEAs. So I try my hardest. If you are familiar with New Amsterdam, I am Max Goodwin. How can I help? I'm happy to help. Let me help you. If I need to come visit you, we can journal vouch. We can look through your budget and expenditures detail by detail if I have to, because I do not want an LEA to not meet maintenance of effort. So that's the main consequence, is that they're sending money back. Any questions so far? And I can't see my chat, so you all have to tell me.
I don't see anything in the chat.
Any directors want to add anything? Come on, friends.
I will just
Marvin's got
reiterate.
something to add.
Oh, sorry, Marvin, you can go ahead.
Lindsay,
No,
you're
let-
talking.
Marvin,
I'll go ahead and ask
Okay,
a question
Marvin,
then.
go. Okay.
So as someone who's not involved in these maintenance of effort budgets and all that, what's the primary, is this all connected to state funding again?
It really is. So it's state and local. So it's expenditures looking at the LEA state and local dollars. Federal funds are excluded from the calculation. So we're ensuring that the LEA is spending just as much as they did in the previous test year, or let's just say the previous year, in state and local funds than they did in the previous year. So yes, we're looking at state dollars and local dollars.
So my question is, if the state started putting more money to special ed like they should, would this help out a lot of our districts?
It helps out. Yes, I will say it'll help out the districts. Yes, for that state and local combined tests. My fear is, and this is just my opinion, is that yes, they will meet at least 2 tests, state and local, and probably the per capita test. But my fear is that then they will not LEAs will not contribute enough local effort to be able to meet maintenance of effort. So if the state contributes more money, yes, it can help maintenance of effort. But if you have some LEAs that need some help on the local effort side, then that can hurt them probably.
Okay, and is that monies they have to get from their local option budget then?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Now, let's just say if the state does provide more money, let's just say in Cat Aid and more state funds, and something changes later down the road, let's just say this legislature would allow for an increase in state funds, and then another legislature down the road is like, oh no, let's talk about that, let's go ahead and reduce it. Well, that's going to be detrimental to the LEAs because maintenance of effort thresholds never reset. So even if they miss maintenance of effort, they still have to go back to the last time they met those tests, and then that threshold never resets.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay, you had a question?
Not a question. I was just going to add that, so this is the first year that we had to find exceptions since I've been here. And I think in part because we have had additional monies over the years given to us. And so things were taken a little differently. So finding those exceptions and documenting them throughout the year is just helpful when push comes to shove and that deadline's there and you're not having to stress about it nearly as much. To really just have those on file, you can pick them up, you already have them there is very helpful. And I do also, I agree with Christy on the additional funding. The MOE is a great point of emphasis when you're dealing with your superintendents, if you're in interlocals or co-ops, to say, well, we can't just cut everything because we have certain levels that we have to maintain. So it's a good point of conversation, although they don't completely understand it. They're a little scared of not meeting it too. So it's just a good thing to have in your back pocket. But I do fear that if they put more money in, that those conversations are going to amp up. Well, then if you're getting that, then why this? But again, it's not to, it's to supplant, not to supplant. So.
Yeah, it must have been messy because then.
Very good. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Tobias, I have a comment I'd like to make.
Sure.
One of the things that some of you may have heard is the governor has been recommending that $72 million be added for special education funding for the next 5 years to get the state up to 92% of excess costs, which was adopted years and years ago. I remember Governor Graves at the time gave us the money that was earmarked for Medicaid to meet the 92%. And the state has not met that for many years. So the governor is recommending $72 million over 5 years. Well, that's all well and good, but what happens the 6th year out when the state doesn't put $72 million into the budget? Then are the locals going to have to make up that difference, or is the state going to have to continue to find $72 million? Because there's also a state fiscal maintenance of effort. So locals have a maintenance of effort and states do. Some of you may have remembered back during another governor's reign when he cut special ed more than he did general ed, and the state ended up sending back $36 million to the federal government. And they had to make up that difference the following year. So I just want you all to be aware that there's a state fiscal maintenance of effort and there's a local maintenance of effort. And when superintendents are feeling like they have to make cuts, because I had a superintendent tell me that when I was director for 27 years at Chautauqua County Special Services, well, we'll just cut special ed. And I said, well, then just cut a check to the federal government for the difference. And that took care of it. Because you can either keep those funds local, or you can say, okay, federal government, we'll just send them back to you and we'll just write the check out and put Christy through all the work of having to try and help these poor souls meet maintenance of effort. The one thing I want to compliment Christy on is she is tireless and fearless when it comes to trying to help agencies to meet maintenance of effort. I mean, there aren't many people that would take the time that she did to go all the way back to 2010 and try and assist an agency and spend an entire day, probably vacation day at that, trying to help this agency meet maintenance of effort. So we're very lucky to have the people that we have. But I was feeling like, based upon what's happening across the street, the other thing is if the legislature doesn't put any new money into the budget, and you have costs that go up annually for teacher raises, et cetera, then the local is going to have to make up the difference. And then you're going to see the general fund or the local option budget, which is supplemental general fund, being earmarked to make up the difference in special education funding. So then special ed directors get a black eye because everybody thinks special ed's taking all their money. Well, I always told my superintendents, if you serve those students in general education environments and not make all these referrals to get them into special education for whatever reason, then we won't have to worry about how many dollars you have in special education. Funny thing was, they never commented back on that. So I'm just saying that there are some ways that districts can start to look at inclusion differently and start to look at providing supports and services in gen ed environments before they immediately pull out the special ed card and want the child moved to a different environment for whatever reason. But maintenance of effort is here, folks. And if the governor would win and get the $72 million in, I mean, unless you're retiring within the next 5 years, you're going to be yay raw. And then 5 years down the road, the state's going to be looking at not meeting their fiscal maintenance of effort. And then the federal government will be coming after them. So just to keep it fresh. Go ahead, Christy.
If the state legislature and even Congress actually, supported special ed the way that they're supposed to, because feds are supposed to fund at 40%, and I think they're at 16%, and then our local legislature is only at 70-ish%, and then they're required or supposed to fund at 92%. That would definitely help our LEAs all the way around. But again, that's just my opinion, and we probably should rally for that. But yes, I agree, Bert, maintenance of effort is around and it is a big deal. And I think the more people that understand it, then they would really be able to rally behind special education, because it's lost dollars altogether, and special education kiddos are general ed kiddos first. And so, if we treat them as if they're gen ed kids before we look at their disabilities, then we shouldn't have a problem. But one thing I do also want to point out, I was talking to a director yesterday, was really take a look at, I know you guys are reviewing prevalence data and such, but really look at that. I talked about there's always a severe uptick in the December 1 count. Well, why is that? You know what I mean? So we would really want to look at, those evaluations, and are those kiddos actually needing special education services, or is there something else that we can do to intervene that? So that's just my opinion. That's my 2 cents. And thank you for having me. I like to always give everybody a general acronym list because we use them a lot in special education. And then there is my contact information. You guys are more than welcome to contact me or Bert. I'm happy to sit down and have a deeper conversation with anybody about maintenance of effort. I'm very passionate about it, and I want to make sure that all of our LEAs are successful. So thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the information and for that little acronym sheet that I always appreciate. I did put into the chat the website that you can find your U.S. legislators and your state legislators, if you would feel so obligated to contact your legislators and encourage them to fully fund special education as it is intended. I'm sure that if you asked the members of the staff at KSDE for some talking points, they would be willing to help you with that. So it is now time for a break. I have 10:23. I would like to come back at 10:33 so that we can have a 10-minute break. So 10:33, let's call it 10:35 is when we'll start back with education advocacy. Very good. Thank you all. All right, well, timex says we have 10:35, so let's get back started. Leslie, are you ready for your education advocacy update?
I am ready. I just need to be able to share my screen.
Okay.
So I'll wait. I'm sure Kayla will make that happen.
Kayla, is there anything special that we need to do to allow Leslie to share the screen? It's possible that she may not be back yet.
Okay.
Does anybody have any celebrations that they would like to share?
Well, Tobias, I'll share something. We had a team go through, oh gosh, environmental communication training with the TASN project. It's new to Kansas. They did it this year. And we had a student with very significant needs that we would say was really almost non-communicative. I mean, he really didn't seek out any kind of communication and is now using devices and communicating with the team. And we are just super excited about his progress, and the team was really pumped up about the training and his progress. So we're going to nominate him when the time comes for some Infinitec student award that they learned about. So it was just kind of an exciting thing that's been happening this year.
Well, very good. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, it looks like we are about ready to get Leslie's screen up. Leslie, go ahead and try to share when you're ready.
All right. Let me see if I share the correct screen. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Not yet. I'll let you know when we see it.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes a minute for Zoom to catch up.
Okay. And I may be sharing it the wrong screen, so you guys can tell me if that's the case. Still not seeing it?
Still not seeing anything yet.
All right, let's try this. How about
Something's
now?
happening. All right, yes, we see families together, and it looks like the not quite presentation mode, but we can see the main screen.
All right. How about now? There you go.
That's great. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Well, so thank you for having me. I appreciate being able to talk a little bit about families together. And even though it's was titled Education Advocacy, what I talked with Bert about doing is really just giving an overview about families together. For some of you, you will know all or most of this, but I think we've talked about that there are new people too. And so not everyone knows as much about families together as others. So I am just and I'm going to try to be pretty brief, and so I would welcome people to reach out beyond today if you have questions or want to talk about anything more that I talk about. So I guess I always like to put up here, we all have our passions. So these are some of my passions. These are my grandchildren, and I have a 5th on the way in September. So excited about that. But, I've shared this before, but Lola, the only granddaughter, actually received infant toddler services, preschool services, services on an IEP, a Section 504 plan, and currently back on an IEP after the pandemic. So she is hard of hearing. And so, it's a nice segue for me to say that we all at Families Together have that connection. We are all parents, grandparents, siblings. We all have a person in our lives that has a disability or special health care needs. And so I think it's nice to know that when you refer families to us, we are people with lived experiences, just trying to help folks. With that, get into Families Together. Just wanted you to know where we are. So our 2 physical offices are in Topeka and Wichita. I'm located in Topeka, and a pretty large portion of our staff are here. But we also have our Wichita Center. We have folks working at the, eastern and western parts of the state. And then we have 3 bilingual Spanish speaking staff members. One of those persons focuses primarily on translation. And so we have almost everything we're doing these days has been translated into Spanish, which is really exciting. Josh is his name, and he hasn't been with us. I guess it'll be a year soon. And he's just really been able to translate a lot more of our materials for us. This is our mission. It's been the same for a lot of years. I think we worked with our board back in the probably early 90s and have just kind of stuck with this mission because, we do not want our team to be showing up at places and talking for parents. It really is about encouraging them, educating them, and empowering them to speak up for themselves and their young children. I'll skip through this. We are the Parent Train Information Center and Family to Family Health Information Center for the state. So I'll just skip here to give you a little timeline. We were founded actually in 1982. And Chris Curry, who was a teacher in Lawrence at the time, and she was working on her master's degree at the University of Kansas, wanted to bring families together. And it really wasn't, hence our name, but it was really more about, she was working with some different families that included a child with a disability. Among those initial families were Rudd and Ann Turnbull. I'm sure you all are aware of who they are, the founders of the Beach Center on Family and Disability at KU. And so those people, she really just wrote a small grant to bring people together to really give emotional support. At that point, it wasn't really about training and the things that we do now. It was more just about helping people to realize that they're not alone out there and that there are other people kind of navigating these same waters, but, we're all a family and we were just like any other family. And so from that, they later wrote for the first PTI grant, which was in 1986. I will highlight here that you see that our partnership with the State Department of Education started back in 1990. Just been a really true partnership in every sense of the word. I joined Families Together in 1988. And so one of my first things that I worked on was actually our education advocate contract that we have with with the State Department of Education. And that has grown a lot. At the time that I started, we really were only doing the training piece. Everything else was done in-house at the State Department of Education. So that changed along the way. Much like our Parent Training and Information Center, or PTI, focuses on education, our Family to Family Health Information Center, of course, focuses on the health side of things and help families navigate insurance and, our Medicaid waivers in the state and such. And I think I've said this before too, but I'll just say it again, that the IDEA, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, has language in it that says every state will have a Parent Training and Information Center. And so that designation as the PTI comes from the Office of Special Education programs at the Federal Department of Education. Just quickly, I'll say that our first grant was written on an ironing board. So if you haven't heard me say that before, I'll say it now. It's just it was really a grassroots effort of families coming together and writing for a grant. And just don't do it on an ironing board anymore, but still hold true to the family part of it. So under that PTI grant, this just gives you kind of an overview of the different things we do. The individualized parent assistance we do is by far the most important thing that we do. That's just our family resource specialists across the state, literally working with families one-on-one. And that can be usually phone or Zoom, sometimes in person and sometimes, via email, but it's a very individualized process. And I do feel like that's the most important service that we provide. But we do other things too. We have our training, which is, very important, information referral. We have an electronic Monday memo that some of you may receive goes out every other Monday, and it's just filled with different resources for families and educators, and has been really well received. I hope I got all of you guys on that list. I think I asked that after our last meeting. So if you're not receiving it, check your spam, because I know the first one sometimes goes to spam. Let's see, I might be a little ahead of myself and behind myself. So I just talked about that, guys. So we use the Charting the Life Course framework with our families for person-centered planning. Some of you who have been sitting on SEAC for a bit may remember that I think it was Craig from the DD Council came and talked to us years ago about Charting the Life Course framework. And we've really embraced it over the years, and we just find it to be very helpful as we work with families. It just really helps focus them, and we particularly use it with our IEP mentor project that I'll talk about briefly in just a minute or two. This just gives you a little bit of an idea of the things that we look at. It's really looking at the person's life trajectory and making sure they're the trajectory and what we're working on is working towards that vision of what the family and children want. And I think that it's, you can start very early on this and start thinking about what is it that I want for my child. Some of you know Leah pretty well. I like to use Sean's, her son, as an example, because their family knew very early on that they wanted Sean very much included as part of their family, part of their school, part of their community. I liked earlier, Christy said, all children are general education students first and foremost. And I think that for Sean, because they knew that was their vision, if their school, life was in, if Sean was spending his time in a self-contained classroom all day or too much of the day, that was a true indicator of not being on the right trajectory. So just an example of, a way that we just look at what the families want in different areas and try to then match it with preparing for those team meetings to make sure we're on track. These are just examples of some of the most popular resources that we have for families. They really like our All About Me. It's an organizational tool that families can use to just keep track of everything. And it is a hard copy notebook. They love it. Our Guide to Special Education, which we have available in English and Spanish, is just a really nice way for families to go through the whole process. It's, the State Department of Education has their process handbook that we refer to often. Well, to me, this is kind of that for parents, a little more family friendly and maybe not as technical of language, but really allows them to go to the different chapters and read more about whatever their questions are. And in fact, each chapter ends with a Q&A. This is a resource that we have for younger ones when they're getting ready to move from Part C to Part B services, stepping ahead at age 3. And we have a training that goes along with this. And it's just a nice guide. And we get requests for this often from the infant toddler network, as well as schools when we start thinking about 3 to 5 and preschool. It's just a quick reference to let you know that we are designated from the federal level as the Family to Family Health Information Center. We have some different resources available, much like the education, but it's all focused on health for those materials. Here's a slide that goes over our what we have in our contract with the State Department of Education. A very large portion of that is the Education Advocate Program for sure. And so, OSEP requires that we have that program in place, and KSDE has entrusted us to coordinate that. It's a very well-run machine, honestly. Brian is our contact at the State Department of Education. You heard from him earlier, but really appreciate his help anytime we have questions, especially when it involves court orders. But we've been doing the Education Advocate program for a long time, and I'm very proud of that team and the work they do on that. Keeps them very busy. We also do training around multi-tier system of supports, just making sure families understand response to intervention, general education interventions, all those things that, alongside special education that we want to help them understand. We are part of TASN. The State Department of Education also provides us some training or some monies to help us host regional and statewide conferences, which, again, very grateful for that because we would not be able to do the work we do without it. Our individualized assistance, we have more staff because of the support we get from the State Department of Education, which means being able to help more families. And then we do have a piece of our state personnel development grant, SPDIG, and Carrie Haig. I think Carrie and I started, I think she started the State Department very similar to the time I started with Families Together. So, and I can remember us talking about and being part of SPDIG for most of those years. We also have a contract with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. We provide 3 regional transition conferences under that funding. And a lot of it is focused on not only the transition part of what we do in education, but also Medicaid waivers, some of those things that, we want to make sure parents understand how to access, different resources and supports and how to navigate those different systems. The part here about Kansas Department of Education is that we do have additional funds, and I know I've talked about this before, but those are from the relief fund dollars. And I just want to say that, we put them to good use. So the things that have been able to continue that would not have been able to continue without it were our family employment awareness training, our IEP mentor project, and our new foster care youth project. And I pulled some quick numbers just to see, from October, which is when this got started, from October through March, we had, because we have additional staff, there were 541 more individualized consultations done with families, and 64 with youth. And I looked at that, and it was interesting to me because we touched all of the disability categories. If you think about the OSEP categories, some of the highest was autism, and which is always our highest under the Parent Training Information Center too. Second was specific learning disability, and third was emotional disability. And then fourth was early childhood. So I liked seeing that too. And we touched every category, including gifted. And so that was interesting for me to look at, and also see that we were working with not only parents, but obviously foster parents and grandparents, a lot more grandparents that are the legal decision makers or raising their grandchildren. So this just goes a little bit more into detail about some of what we do in that IEP mentoring project. One of the things that we do here that we don't do under usually our general assistance is being able to help really plan for that, plan for the IEP meeting and actually attend the IEP meeting with the families. And that's probably one of our biggest requests. And so being able to do that more has been great. And we also have parent-to-parent program. That's where we match parents up with other parents, and based on different things, could be age, could be disability, could be something that's coming up, health, lots of different ways we might do that. Another project we have is our Community Honoring Academic Success in Education, or CHASE. And that's a contract we have that's it's in Johnson County, Kansas. We work with juvenile services there, and it's really gaining some traction. I'm just going to skip to this next. This is an illustration of having me put something together versus a younger person put something together. Okay, so see how nice that is? We'll start switching and getting our stuff updated here, because we've got some new folks coming our way. But But this just gives you a little bit better snapshot of what's happening in that program. Again, I think it's starting to get some footing. We're in our third year now. And so, we're really working with those justice involved students. These would be kids that, something has happened, obviously, that involves the justice world. And we have people that are working with the parents, but the unique thing is we also have a person who works one-on-one with the youth. And so that's going really well. And he is getting ready to put together a youth advisory council with some of these youth. And he's also been talking with someone from Robert Stiles from the Can Aware grant. And we're hoping to expand this and looking at doing some of this work in Southeast Kansas. So super excited that we're hopefully, that was kind of my dream or vision, I guess, when we first started working with Johnson County, is if we could get something going that we could replicate in other areas, it would be great. So if you guys would ever want us to come and do a presentation about the Chase program, we'd be happy to do that too. And the slides will probably look really cool.
Hey, Leslie, I'm going to break in for a second. We had a question that says, we love the trajectory slide. Do you happen to work with families of children who identify as LGBTQIA?
I mean, we work with anyone who comes our way. So yes, the answer to that is yes. In fact, one of our interns right now, we have an intern from Washburn who that's a huge focus for him. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I'll do this quick. I just want you guys to have a little bit of an idea of the kind of, events that we have, and because we welcome everyone, and we have a lot of educators that come to the education advocate training, and also retired educators that come and then serve as education advocates, which is great. So just an idea of some of the stuff we're doing. The Team Empowerment Conference, we have one this Saturday, actually. So it's we're partnering with USD 500. And so there's the flyer for that. We have, it will include Spanish speaking families. So we'll have interpreters there for those families, and it'll be, there'll be a transition fair that's going to follow that. And then I hope Lena doesn't mind if I throw out there that I'm working with Lena, and we're going to do something in the fall with Lena. So excited about that. And just again, encourage anyone to reach out to us and talk about it if it's something you want to think about doing in your district. These are just examples, topics of some of the training that we do. So I'll keep going here. I promise to be quick here, but I just kind of wanted you to know, sometimes if you only connect with us about the Education Advocate program, then that's the only thing that you're thinking about families together doing. And actually there's just, a lot of great work happening, across the state with our different team members. This just gives you a little bit more about FEAT, the Family Employment Awareness Training. It is a 2-day event. We've done 2 now, and then and we have one more coming up soon. And Leah, I know a lot of you know Leah Hawley. She's really our team lead on transition and does a wonderful job. So she and Tammy Allen in our Wichita Center, and Tammy's the co-executive director with me. They've been doing a lot of work around the shift training as well. This just letting you know, we try to stay up to date on what's going on legislatively. We have, even though not everybody funds us, we have great partners across the state. So when I see this, I often think about the work of DRC and SAC and some of those people that are very involved legislatively and help keep us up to date about those things that are really affect families. Also, we'll say that I just yesterday heard from Casey, one of the Casey regions, and I just really appreciate that. They were asking some questions about some of the resources that we have, and just that collaboration and that conversation is very welcome. So if you get anything out of today or my little spiel here, please know that I'd like you to reach out if you have questions about anything that we do. And I just always love the belonging quote, so I usually end with it, just because I know we all want to belong. And any questions?
Thank you very much, Leslie. Do we have any questions?
I just want to make a comment. We have a great working relationship with our Parent Training Information Center, probably one of the best in the country. I don't hear this in other states. It's capacity building. I remember being on SEAC back in the 90s and early 2000s, and Leslie came to a meeting and I made the recommendation, I believe at that time, that we consider Families Together to be a member of SEAC. And that's when the ex officio membership started for Leslie. So we go way back as well. But I think being the PTI for Kansas, we have to be partners and we have to work hand in hand together and support one another, because they're doing a lot of the work that we don't have the capacity to do, and supporting the families and the students independent of the schools, which to parents is critical if they're having any type of problem with an education agency. They want to know that there's somebody else out there that can be objective and listen to them and help them find the resources they need to meet the needs of their child or their children. So thank you so much, Leslie, for what you do. You're a blessing. Leah is a blessing. I work with the two of you the most, but just very fortunate to have you in leadership here in the state of Kansas. So thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Bert. I very much appreciate that. And just really right back at you. I don't know if you noted it, but I said true partnership, because that's what I feel like it is with the State Department of Education. And we do, we have, OSEP and our regional technical assistance centers. They've asked us to talk about our collaboration, and, because they recognize it too. They hear it when we're having conversations with them. So thank you very much for the support.
Very good. Do we have any other questions for Leslie? Okay, hearing none, let's move on ahead. It's 11 o'clock now, and we've got Dr. Ben Proctor, I see on the screen. And are you ready for the introduction of the Deputy Commissioner?
Well, I certainly am. Been working with Dr. Proctor for almost a year now. I'm very impressed with how focused he is on individual children and students. He's also systems oriented, where we've been meeting as a school improvement team here at KSDE, trying to come up with some foundational principles that we can establish and all agree to, so that we have a common message that we share out across the state. So without me going into whatever he wants to share with you, I'm going to introduce Dr. Ben Proctor. It's all yours, Ben.
Okay. Thank you, Bert. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm going to share my screen here real quick, if that's all right. Really appreciate the opportunity to visit with you a little bit and kind of talk about our work in the Division of Learning Services, the folks that I get to work with each day, including a lot of the people in the Zoom here and just across our agency. It's been a real blessing. I spent a lot of time in school systems across the state. I think about 22 years as a teacher and principal and superintendent. Most recently in Heston, USD 460, and really the work of a state agency I only knew from a school system lens. And being here, Bert mentioned it's been close to a year. It's gone by extremely fast. And I have learned so much, and that's every single day, including just this morning, as we had some good conversations about direction and ultimately how we impact kids. And I love working with kids, and I just keep moving further away from them, which is hard. I know a lot of us here feel that, but we understand that there's the potential for impact and how we work with people, but just love working with kids and working with teachers, and hopefully that's reflected in some of the things that I share with you as we talk about direction. But since I've been at KSDE, a lot of it has just, I kind of describe it as finding footing, to know what I can do to best support the experts that we have and ultimately move good ideas and impactful practice into school systems in a really good way that resonates. And so we often talk about starting with why, and I was blessed with a team here who was able to provide some really compelling data that I'm going to share with you, and we won't spend a great deal of time on, but just as a starting point for our work. And as we try to build coherence, we, as a director team, Bert's a part of those meetings each week that we have. We've used a framework, the Follin framework, on building coherence and just how we talk about our direction, and are we focused on what we believe is going to have the greatest impact on kids, and then how do we collaborate? How do we talk about teaching and learning? I love talking about instruction and just what good instruction is. Our kids spend time with educators, and we want to equip them with what they need to create that great learning environment each day. And just talking about that, it's exciting to think about how we can best support our teachers. And then just accountability. What does that mean in the context of our work? What kind of internal accountability do we have? What does that look like in terms of ultimately creating structures that support the fundamental practice that we feel is really critical? And then I'll just wrap up with kind of where we are right now, where I feel like we are as a division, as an agency, and then maybe some future communication that comes from KSDE, but that's an ongoing process. I know a few of you on the call here were a part of a meeting this morning where that's all we're talking about, is just how we're moving things forward. So just very quickly, this may be hard to see on the screen, but this was data that was presented to me within the first couple of months that I was here at KSDE. And I often tell people that as a superintendent, I don't know that I ever uttered the phrase state assessments with my staff. We talked about it with the board as we would do reports and kind of talk about data, but I don't really ever remember necessarily referring to it specifically, as a state assessment. It's something that we almost avoided talking about sometimes. As a principal, I did during the No Child Left Behind era in the building that I was in at the time. We had to talk about it just based on where we were. But when this data was presented to me by our research and evaluation team, it just registered in a lot of ways. And what it is, just very briefly, and I can send this to you, and maybe you've seen some of this, but it's a pretty big look back at groups of students that are long out of our school systems at this point. So this particular data set was our sophomores of 2017, and it's looking at how they scored on the summative measure in the spring of that year, of their sophomore year, in math and ELA, but it takes a forward look. So you're actually scoring them based on the 4 performance levels. So at the bottom, you'll notice that it says level 1 bottom, level 1 top. So you've got 2 graphs there that represent students who scored in the lowest performance level, level 2, level 3, level 4. We just split them in half. So whatever the scale is in level 1, we cut that in half and then looked at students who scored in the bottom half of that level 1 performance category and the top half, and so on all the way through. But the important part of the data is when we look at student scores on that state assessment, what does it mean in terms of what they went on to do as far as graduation, or meeting post-secondary effectiveness, or even connecting it to an ACT score? And that's all reflected here. So it's not so much just about this test, it's about, what does it tell us about their future in terms of graduating and meeting post-secondary effectiveness? What opportunities do they have? And really over the past however many months, 10 months or so that I've been at KSDE, I've been processing through what is it that we're trying to achieve. And it's not to improve state assessment scores. That's not the ultimate outcome. I think what we see as we dig into this data more, and we look at where do the majority of our kids, or where do the highest percentage of kids score, and I like to quiz people on that. But for this particular group in 2017, when they were sophomores, the largest percentage scored at the top of level 1. And as we've moved forward to 2022, at least the most recent data that we have from the spring, that's held steady. It's actually grown. The percentage of students that score at the top of level 1 remains the most common score, but the percentage has grown. And so we continue to see on most academic measures a decline in performance. And what I think the data is telling us is academics for some kids is a limiting factor when we think about opportunity. We think about what's available to them as they go through school and ultimately and hopefully graduate and are able to go on and be happy people. So started with the data to just formulate conversation within our division about direction. And again, kind of going back to that idea of building a sense of coherence. So one of the things that we also did early on when I got here was we just asked people across the division, there's about 95 of us that work here on site, how do you feel about your work? How do you feel your work connects to our vision? We called it a climate survey, and just let people tell us about the connections that they make to one another, to the overall vision. And I'd say, Bert, we found that we've got some work to do in that area. And so we've really been trying to create that collaborative culture and use a framework that helps us do that. And I think that there's a long ways to go, but I feel like we're starting to make progress in that area. And these were some of the things that we've been working through, starting with data and talking about kids, and then talking about how we work together and how we make connections to that overall vision. But again, a lot of it goes back to how do we talk about instruction? How do we talk about classroom practice and students and how we can best serve them? And we had a 2-hour conversation about that with our commissioner this morning, about an hour with him, and then an hour just to process through some of those things. So as we think about, or as I think about our current state, and these are things that you're probably going to hear more about as we formulate our messaging around some really fundamental elements that we feel like we can best support. Our teams would say teaching students to read is of paramount importance. And we have an amazing coordinator for that work here. I get to work just about 20 feet away from her, and Dr. Lori Curtis. And I'm sure a lot of you have had a chance to hear from her or at least be a product of some of the initial work we're doing there. But we feel like that's a critical element in how we approach reading in our state, and really deciding, do we want to commit to the types of actions it'll take as a state agency to ensure that every child that has the capacity to read can do so that we're, again, putting them on track to be successful and have opportunities that are available to them because of the work that we're doing. We also talk a lot about our standards and how we support the alignment to our standards. We've got people who are experts in that area, and we want to make sure that there's good processes in place in our school systems to be able to take what could be a complicated standard that's maybe not written in a student-friendly way, but turn that into a learning target that can be measured, which goes along with the idea of a balanced assessment approach, so that not everything is centered on this one test that we give each spring, and then we make all decisions based on that. But how are we equipping our building leaders, our teachers in the classroom with good data that can help inform their instruction around our rigorous academic standards? And again, we just feel like we've got people that can best support that work, and how important it is to build a really coherent system to move that work into school systems. And but it's really centered in that idea of what does high quality instruction look like, and how do we talk about that? And just recently, I had a chance to visit with superintendents at a Council of Superintendents meeting, and they usually give me about 20 minutes, and I always go way over, and we went over in this case too, but we just kind of threw out, what does instructional leadership mean in the context of superintendency, or as you think about the instructional leadership within your system that's needed to move some of these ideas forward. And it's an area, it was fun to talk about and just hear from them and understand all the complexities that we're dealing with right now that make instructional leadership especially challenging. And again, feeling like we can support that. So we feel like these are some really fundamental elements that we can embrace and build structures to help support systems as they think about really improving instruction in the classroom and aligning to standards and using data in the very best way possible, and certainly embedding literacy standards into the work that's being done. And so a lot of our conversations are geared around that right now. So I don't know if you get a chance to tune in to state board meetings, but we had a state board meeting earlier this week, and Dr. Watson was able to just talk to the board about some of the synthesis that he's done of a lot of conversations that have been happening among state board members at retreat sessions, and kind of introduced really for the first time an opportunity to look at what we believe may be formulated into some refreshed board goals. And I think it connects very well to a lot of what I just shared in terms of really supporting instructional practice and classroom practice and resourcing teachers with what they need. And so we're working right now with our teams internally just to talk about how do we best do that? What are the structures that are in place that might need to be improved or evaluated? And one thing that we spent a good amount of time on this morning was our accreditation system. Is it consistent with moving goals and fundamental practice forward, or are we asking people to do everything? Or, you know, those types of questions right now are what we're working through, and we feel like we're making progress in terms of that. So a lot of work to do. I think we're having really good conversation. At some point, you want to turn conversation into action, but you only want it to be action that ultimately supports students and positioning them to be successful. And so lot to come, but that's a little summation of I think what we've been working on to a large degree here, and would certainly answer any questions or share any other thoughts that would be helpful for the group.
Thank you, Dr. Proctor. Do we have any questions from the group? Hearing none, welcome. Thank you very much for that presentation. There's a lot of great, it is very heartwarming to notice how much this group is really pushing towards all they can do for young people. And we really appreciate your work, and I appreciate the work that we know that you will be doing. Bert has something.
Yeah, I would like to add one comment. The one thing that Dr. Proctor's brought to the Division of Learning Services is that collaborative culture. We seem to have existed in islands here where everyone was focused on their own work, and we really weren't having conversations with the depth and breadth that we needed to here at the agency, so that we were aligning our work to the same principles, the same agreed upon foundational structures. And what I have seen that Dr. Proctor has brought to the division is that ability to bring a very diverse group together and to get us to formalize definitions and agreeing to these foundational principles. So I want to thank him personally, because he definitely is demonstrating how we as systems need to work together in executing what's needed for all students, each student to be successful. And that's everyone working and coordinating together, which often I find in school systems is lacking. General education does their thing, special ed does their thing, title does their thing, and we forget that we're all integrated because we're all here to focus on students and the needs of each individual student. And I think that's what I would foresee, that I would hope would come out of the work that we're doing here at KSDE, is that systems would embrace the idea that we're all in this together, and we're not opposed, or we're not separate from one another, but we need to come together and really work together so that all students can be successful in the Kansas schools. And of course, we have to look at academic achievement as a measure, because the people across the street are beating us up over our state assessment scores. And also we have to think in terms of how limited are our students in level 1. I mean, I would like for every child to have the option to be able to choose post-secondary education or welding or flying a plane or whatever their interest and preference is. And I think when we see these students scoring so low on ACT and on their performance standards for ELA and math through the state assessment, then it begs the question, what will they be able to do to have a successful and happy life? And we know that from transition planning as well. So I think we're embracing the idea that we need to network and we need to collaborate. We need to focus our direction and look at our data and use the data to drive our work, but I really appreciate what Dr. Proctor's brought to the Division of Learning Services to really get us all on the same page and working together. So I want to thank him for that.
Well, very good. Thank you for the kind words. Next up on our agenda is membership 23-24 meeting dates. And it says in the notes that this is an action item. And Bert, I'll let you maybe let me know which is the action item and which is the informational items.
That's a great opportunity. Did you have a slide you wanted to share, Kayla? And do you have the membership slide that you can bring up?
I do.
Because these are the meeting dates. And we'll come back to those, but I had put together an informational sheet for y'all on membership because as most of you know, we have 2 3-year terms that people are limited to in serving on the Special Ed Advisory Council in the same role. So in other words, you need a break in service before you could come back if you wanted to apply for the same role. So what we're looking at here is we have 4 individuals that are currently serving that are in their first term and are eligible for a second term. And that's Tobias, Jennifer, Marvin, and Brandon. So I don't want to put any of them on the spot, but I'm assuming that you all would want to come back and serve a second term. If you do not, you need to let us know. We haven't scared you off or given you extra work to the point where you feel like you can't serve. But that would be something that we would look at as a SEAC group because they do have the option of coming back for another term. So that's those 4. And unfortunately, Laura Thompson has reached her second term, the end of her second term, and she would no longer be able to serve in that position. So Laura, want to publicly thank you for your years of service. Great opportunity to work with you. The years I've been here, really appreciate what you've done to support the work of the Special Ed Advisory Council. It's always hard to have people go out the door, but at the same time, that's what our structure was set up to do, was to rotate people in and out. So I see Marvin wants to return, Tobias wants to return. Loris is thanking. Laura, you will be getting something in the mail from us as a token of thank you. We're going to put something together and send that to you. So if your mail address has changed at all, just let Kayla know so that we can get something mailed to you because we want to show you with a token of appreciation. And Brandon, is Brandon here today? We'll just reassign him anyway. So then we look at the SEAC positions that are open. We currently have 3. We have the one that Trish served in as a representative from the State Juvenile Corrections Agency. We also have the representative of a vocational community or business organization concerned with provision of transition services to children with disabilities. I'm not sure why the federal government decided that this would be a position, but it is, rather than someone from an educational institution, but they want someone from business industry or vocational opportunity or community setting that is concerned with transition to serve, and then a representative from a state agency responsible for foster care of children because Michelle Werner notified us that she would no longer be able to serve. So I don't know that any of these, Tobias, would require any formal action. The positions that are open are open. The bylaws are clear that Laura's term ends with this meeting. And then the other 4 have the opportunity for reassignment. It really doesn't take action on the part of SEAC to reappoint you, but it does take action on the part of the state board. So I will be sending your names to the state board for the May meeting so that you all can be approved to serve in your second term. And then if we do have any representatives from those other 3 organizations and the one that Laura is vacating, then we will have the ability to get those advertised, and then the membership committee can meet and look at those applicants, and using state board regions and what we normally do, then select any candidates to serve in those positions. So that's membership. Any questions on that?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to add something. So I would like to maybe ask the members that are on this call. So even if you're not a member of SEAC, but if you're on the call, you now see the 3 positions that we have that are open. I can thank my someone from this group that nominated me because they saw me at a conference that then they thought that I might enjoy something like this, and I do. And so this is an opportunity for the over 30 people that are on this call to reach into your network to see if you know of someone that might fit the description that we see in the SEAC open positions, and ask them if they would be interested in serving in this capacity. So let's use this network to our benefit, and not just wait for them to come, but maybe put out the call to them, say, hey, we have built it, let's show up. So that's all I have for that. Do you have anything else to add, Kayla or Bert?
Only thing I would ask Kayla to do is at some point upload this into the chat so that our members have the list of those positions. Again, that would be Laura's position will be opening in July, and the other 3 positions. And we hope to have someone seated in those by the July meeting.
Okay, Lena has a question.
Thanks, Tobias. So could somebody clarify what is the representative of a vocational community or business organization? As I'm just wondering, we have like 2 agencies here, tech and disability supports, that work with adults with disabilities that have been referred like through the CDDO and that sort of thing. Are those considered those kind of organizations or not?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because they're concerned with provision of transition services for exceptional children, and they would represent a vocational community or business organization.
Okay. And so I know we try to spread this out across the state too, but is it okay to go ahead and reach out to those agencies to see if anyone here in the Reno County area is interested, or are we needing to look to represent a certain part of the state with that position?
Lena, that's always an excellent question. We try to distribute these positions across the state so they have board representation. However, there have been opportunities, especially for the smaller regions like 1 and 2, where we've had difficulty finding any applicants. So we're not going to bypass and try to just keep recruiting in one region. So yes, of course, have them fill out the application once we get them out, because Kayla will be putting those applications out, and we'll get those sent to all of you as well. And you can certainly forward them to anyone that you would want to. But yes, I would ask that they do apply.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Lena,
welcome.
the person who had been sitting in that seat before was Carrie Wallace from USD 253 in Emporia, and she was a transition coordinator. And the person that had sat in the seat before her that filled that spot was also a transition coordinator. So they were working at the district level, but not necessarily for an agency. So I think that it's broad in who can apply for that. But correct me if I'm wrong, Bert. My position's open and Carrie's position's open because both of us have resigned. So I know that that's who had filled the position. So I don't know if that helps at all.
I think that's because we couldn't find a organization that employed a vocational or community or business design that was concerned with provision of transition services. And so we selected then the next best candidate, which was a transition coordinator.
And also a reminder that, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Tobias, that used to be done, that when we couldn't find any qualified applicants, that we would open it up to someone that had related interest in that position. And that was done quite frequently back in the 90s and early 2000s, because that's how we ended up with so many directors on SEAC at one point, is because we didn't have the interest for the positions that we do today. And Marvin has a question.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they'd wanted when they put these together years ago, and I still like to find, if we can find them, is some of these businesses who intentionally employ older adult students in the 18 to 21 and then on into their adult employment. And there are more and more businesses, coffee shops that are starting to organize like that. Many times started off by parents as well. So or any local, just So I think if we can find some groups like that, you get a whole nother perspective, because we can get very educator focused real easy in this group. And we want to have a very broad and wide perspective, so we can see all those unmet needs. Those business owners will tell us what we're not doing, and what they have to correct as they employ our students as they graduate. So if we can find those, that would be great too, but I know those are very hard to find.
Thank you, Marvin. I would also just mention again that our mandate is 51% of the membership either have a disability or have an immediate family member with a disability. That's important to the bylaws. It's important to the group. And does anybody else have anything else? Okay. Hearing none, we will take a break for lunch, and let's plan on meeting back at 12:45 and right on schedule.
And you might
Thank you,
put those
everybody.
dates for the meeting. You've got them in the agenda, Kayla, so people might look at those, compare them to their calendar. And when we come back, Tobias, if it's all right, if anybody has conflicts with any of these dates, we have a majority, we can discuss that.
Very good. And Marvin, your hand is still up, so you can go to the reactions and bring that down. So thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Jim, your phone isn't muted.
Okay, thanks. Thought it was.
Hello, Bert. How you doing?
Doing okay. I see Beth's with us, so our speaker's ready. The one thing I thought about, Tobias, is that we need to elect a chair-elect.
Elect a chair-elect. Okay.
Remember, we have that position and they would start July 1.
Okay.
So
So
when- I
you want
think
to do
that's
that right
what-
after lunch?
Yeah, I think that's why I put that on as an action item, is that we look at the membership dates quickly, which I think will be okay. One of the things we can do is take nominations for chair-elect. And then we'll figure out how to vote.
Okay, very good. I see in the chat, someone has already thrown a hat in the ring.
Okay.
Marvin would be excellent.
Marvin would be excellent.
I didn't have a choice last time. I stepped out of the bathroom and they made me chair-elect.
That's how it works, man.
Hey, I've been here before when Marvin was the chair, actually.
All right, we will wait for everyone else to join before we take any action on the action item.
And you're giving Marvin time to run to the restroom?
Good point.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, maybe I should nominate you, but you're ex officio, so you probably don't qualify, do you?
No, sorry. Gotta be a member.
Darn.
Hey, Mike, while we're waiting for people to come back, any news on waiver funding?
Oh, and I don't know if they'll cover that during the other legislative updates, but there's no additional slots. So KDADS had requested some additional funding to fund, I believe it was 500 slots each for the PD and IDD waivers. But unfortunately, that didn't end up making any of the cuts.
Okay.
So far. I mean, there's still very, very slim hope because they'll come back for the omnibus budget, but it's not part of the budget. There was a recommendation to move forward with the community supports waiver, which I know a lot of folks, there's a lot of discussion during the interim committee on the IDD modernization committee of a community supports waiver and some of the services that should be included, including supported employment and transportation. And another important component was independent budget authority across services. So that way, kind of an individual would have a bucket of funds, and then they can kind of best choose out of allowable services how to spend that, which a number of other states have done, but we don't have in Kansas. So lots of good things. There was some a small modest increase in the personal care rates for the PD, brain injury, and why am I forgetting the other waiver that was included to bring it up to where the FE waiver was this year. And then the legislature promptly increased the FE waiver again.
Okay. Hey,
So,
thanks for that. But I'll let now that's 12:45. I'll stop us our side.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, there are some other things in there. So a number of positive things, but no additional capacity as of yet, though, unfortunately.
Very good. It is 12, a little past 12:45. Don't think that you missed something. There was a specific question that was asked prior to the meeting. So the meeting hasn't resumed yet, just in case you were worried about that. All right. So Bert shared with us that we actually did have an action item for the membership, and that is, and we'll take care of that now before our next event on the agenda, and that is to elect a chair-elect. So we have in the chat, Marvin has self-identified as being interested in that, but I imagine he will need to be formally nominated.
Yes.
This is Troy Pitch. I'd nominate Marvin.
Thank you,
This is
Troy.
Jennifer King. I'll second it.
Very good. Do we have any other nominations for chair-elect? Hearing none. do we have a
Troy, I
motion?
actually had considered nominating you, but by you nominating Marvin, does that mean you're not interested in a nomination?
You know, superintendency just has so much fun and frolic. I don't think I could take on additional tasks at this time.
That's very understandable.
Very good. If I don't hear any more nominations, I would like to hear a move for nominations to cease.
This is Lena Kisner, and I would move that nominations cease.
This is Lindsay Graff, and I'll second.
Very good. It's moved and seconded that nominations cease. So let's go ahead and move toward the election of Marvin as the chair-elect. Kayla, do we have a poll for this, or do we need to do a voice vote?
I have a motion approval vote and a poll for you.
So let's before we do that, we haven't. I guess we did have a motion and a second for Marvin Miller to be the chair-elect for SEAC. So go ahead and vote as you wish. Okay, we've got unanimous approval. Congratulations, Marvin. You are the chair-elect. We'll make sure we get a name tag printed up for you and maybe a hairnet. So obviously I don't need one. So, all right. So thank you, Bert, for catching that because I missed it as well. So let's go ahead and keep going so we can get out of here with good time. Beth Foles, are you prepared for your ELP alternate assessment update?
I am. Kayla, you can go to the next screen. So my name is Beth Foltz, and I'm the Director of Career Standards and Assessment, and worked with assessments for a long time. So just want a little bit of background. If you go to the next screen, Kayla. So, you know, when the current ESEA legislation that we're working with right now, when that was it moved the EL assessment from just the Title III requirement over to the Title I side where it required assessments. And so it became an accountability assessment in this. So that meant we had to step up, and the test had a lot more scrutiny than what it had before. Not that we didn't have a fair and reliable test when we were giving it, but this time it had to meet all the expectations that the ELA and math test meet, and as far as validity, fairness, reliability. And it also meant that, of course, you had to have an assessment for students that were the most cognitively severe in our state. And so we didn't have that. When we submitted our CALPA for peer review, we were very pleased that it came back substantially meets, and we just have a few things that we worked with our technical advisory committee last week on what we need to do to make sure that assessment gets full approval from the U.S. Department of Education. But at the same time, when we submitted the CALPA for peer review, they noted that we didn't have an alternate CALPA. And so that prompted a letter to go in our file against our Title I allocation, saying that we weren't in compliance with all of the assessment expectations that the U.S. Department of Education has. And so it's not anything to be overly concerned about, but something that needs our immediate attention. And we, of course, don't want to let this go on for a long time. With the peer review, they give you a sufficient amount of time before you respond. So our response date will be December of 23. And at that time, we have all intentions of having an alternate assessment for CALPA in place that we can submit with that. And hopefully then, as that review goes through the process, the letter will be removed. So that's why I'm coming to you today to share a little bit about the alternate CALPA and what we'll be doing. So the next slide. Yeah, okay, so the proposal that actually went to the State Board of Education on Tuesday was that we contract with the WIDA consortium at the University of Wisconsin-Madison to provide this assessment for us. So what I can tell you is that, you know, this test is limited, just like our alternate assessment with DLM, to the federal regulations would say not more than 1% of the identified student group. So 1% of our EL population that takes assessments, the EL assessment, would range anywhere from a high of about 500 students total in the early elementary grades to less than 200 in the upper grades, right? So not very many students to think you're going to go write a test on your own when you have to have a test for each grade, K through 12. So we did look for, you know, what were our options other than having a custom test, since all of our other assessments are written here in the state and administered through the University of Kansas. So there are two consortiums that are have, you know, options that you can use. And we had worked with the other consortium during early stages when the law had changed back in 2015, 16, that time period with the other consortiums, and we just didn't really have a good relationship with them, and it was just didn't seem to be in the best interest of our agency to continue that relationship, which is why we built the KELPA on our own. So we reached out to this consortium, I did, and talked to them about the assessment. Carrie knows a lot about it and she can answer specific content, but and told them that, you know, in general, our KSDE is not a big joiner of consortiums, and paying a consortium fee was a roadblock for us to really move forward with an assessment contract over a long period of time. And so they agreed that for a per student fee that we could administer their test. So what we would be doing with this per student fee is administering, scoring, reporting the assessment results that all come back to us so we can meet our federal reporting requirements. The parents would have score reports, and so they'd really be taking care of everything. The price seemed reasonable compared to what we might have to spend to develop our own assessment. So move that forward to the state board for approval. And so now it's going through the process with the state procurement to get approval to then have our attorney enter into an agreement to give the assessment. We'll be giving the assessment. We're expecting or hoping that it's actually, we have a contract in place sometime before school starts. So July 1st is probably a little optimistic, but I would be hopeful in August so that we can get all the training to the teachers so they'll know how to administer this specific test. It offers the 4 required domains: reading, speaking, listening, and writing. Our proficiency expectations apply. So with the EL students taking the KELPA, we say that to exit services, they have to be proficient in all 4 domains, and that would not be different for this test. And what I can tell you is that this test is completely aligned to the DLM academic content standards that are measured and the English development standards. So what that means is that we meet the expectations that the federal government says that you have your test is aligned to the standards. The same students that take DLM would, and the majority of them, there'll be a few exceptions along the way, will take this alternate assessment if they're English learners. And then the English language development standards are important because that's kind of the process that kids go through to learn English. So we're real positive about this. People at the agency are engaged and trying to move it through as quickly as we can. So hopefully, we'll be able to report back to you that the contract's in place, and we'll be giving the test next year. And with that's my proposal. And with that, I would, let Carrie answer any specific content questions about the test, because she's really done a lot more research on that side of it than I have. I'm just kind of the process person here.
Very good. Do we have any questions? I see none in the chat, and I don't hear anybody speaking up. I'm going to give another 10 seconds. All right. Well, thank you very much, Beth. I appreciate the information.
Well, thank you for the time.
Outstanding.
Appreciate it.
Very good.
Appreciate it. Okay, next time I'll have other information for you, maybe.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Do take for everyone else, do pay attention to the contact information. And these slides do come to you through the SEAC from Kayla. So if you happen to miss something about contact information for somebody, just reach out to Kayla and she can certainly help you out. Okay, next up is legislative updates. We've got Craig Neuswonder and Dale Rungart. Are you ready?
I don't see that they have joined us yet.
Okay. Well, what we might do is Natalie Clark. Are you ready for the individual plan of study presentation?
She is not also not on. I will give Craig a call real quick and see if he can jump on.
Okay. In the meantime, do we have, we could spend some time listening to the ex officio member reports. Families Together, do we need to do an additional Families Together update since we had a wonderful update earlier this morning?
Thank you. I don't think so. I will send the data report that Kayla can get out, but I don't think you guys need to hear more from me.
Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
though.
thank you very much. How about the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators?
Sure. I have a little one sheet that I will send to Kayla that'll come with all this information in it as well. But just a couple quick updates from Casey. Our winter conference was a pretty big success. We had 141 attendees. That professional development was pretty valuable, and I know they worked really hard to put all of that together. So looking at topics like state and federal funding, early childhood LRE, high leverage practices for paraeducators, which got some very good feedback from what I'm understanding, and even more. And so next year's conference, we're also looking forward to having those 2 days together in February, again in Wichita. So that was a big success and something that I think is continuing to grow and really benefit our special education administrators, and then therefore helps us really advocate in different circumstances like this or other boards that we're on. Some other happenings, our association is reviewing and potentially revising some of our constitution and bylaws. It's just kind of time to do that. And so the membership is looking over those and we'll be able to vote on those. We have officer nominations and membership awards that have been going on since about the end of March. So right now, the two main ones that we've been talking about have been the General Education Administrator of the Year, which is an award that, as it sounds, is given to a general education administrator who has shown a particular interest and advocacy effort, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, in special education. And so that is one that was taking nominations. And then the USA is United School Administrators, and it has an Outstanding Service Award. So that's not necessarily through KC, but with everything in our state that's occurring around special education, especially legislatively and things along those lines, that's an area that we feel like if a KC member was nominated would be a wonderful representation in that group. The legislative priorities, just continuing to advocate for fully funding special education. Bert spoke wonderfully about that, or to that effect. Our legislative committee is continuing to monitor bills that are being introduced. I believe we actually just received over lunchtime an update from our legislative committee chair. And I guess we'll be hearing a little bit more about those legislative updates, so I won't go into those. But I think that our goal in it from Casey is really to ensure that we're providing accurate clarification and clarity so that because some of the information that or some of the conversations that have been occurring with the legislature are sometimes misleading, or maybe not the right word, but contrary to some of the information and facts that we have. And so we want to make sure that the public is really well informed about how special education is funded and how not funding special education affects all students. Also really advocating for our public funds to remain in public schools for the benefit of the students who are attending public schools. So those are some big key pieces of legislation that we are watching that we'll hear some more updates from here, sounds like pretty soon. But those are kind of the big major things. We also We'll be meeting when we have our leadership meeting this summer and things along those lines. So I'll send this one pager. It's literally everything that I just said. But that's our update. So I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Does anybody have any questions for Ashley? Okay, well, let's get back on track with the agenda. I was told that our legislative update, Craig Noinswander, is available. Craig, take it away.
All right, thanks. So if I can share my screen. Okay, I think I can now.
Yes. I'll let you know when we can see it. Good to go.
Okay. And I'll be honest, I put this up primarily to keep me on track. But if you have questions, let me hear them or put them in the chat and we will try to address them as they go along. Some of you can probably answer some of these questions better than I can. So I'm kind of hoping I learn as much, if not more, than you do. So remind me, am I scheduled until 1:30, 1:20?
You are scheduled until 1:30.
Okay. Plenty of time. And I just finished doing this with another group, so hopefully I get it all right. So they are on a break right now. They finished up first adjournment theoretically Thursday, but it was actually Friday morning about 4 a.m. And headed home for a couple of weeks. They'll be back a week from Monday on the 24th. The 24th and the 25th are both listed as pro forma, which means they really won't do anything on the floor, but some committees will meet. The Appropriations Committee, the Ways and Means Committee will meet to review revenue estimates that they will have just received. I believe that's scheduled for 1 week from today. And then they'll use those estimates to finalize the budget, much of which will deal with us. So between now and then, and the governor has some bills to review that they passed in their first go round, and just run through some of those real quickly. 2080 was the virtual state assessments. That one's already been signed by the governor. That allows virtual students to take the state assessments online. Previously, they've been required to come in someplace where they could physically be monitored while they take the assessment, just like all other students. That's a test security issue. Doing it online raises some fairly significant questions about test security. If a student breaches security by posting a question online, just so they can prove that they can do it, that doesn't just invalidate their assessment, that invalidates the entire grade level. So if it's a 6th grade student, the whole 6th grade assessment gets thrown out. We have no data. The federal government that kind of likes us to have that data has none, nor does the state. And financially, most importantly, it means KU needs to write a new assessment before next year. That comes with a pretty hefty price tag. So we kind of preempted the possibility of that happening and sent a letter to the chair of the Ways and Means and the chair of the Appropriations Committee, just giving them a heads up. If that occurs, we're going to be asking for a supplemental appropriation of several $1 million to pay for the development of a new assessment. But that has been signed into law by the governor. It was passed by enough votes that both chambers would have been able to override a veto had she chosen to do that. 2304 does not require a firearm safety curriculum, but if your district chooses to do it, you will use Eddie Eagle and the Wildlife and Parks programs. Fairness in Women's Sports Act was passed by both chambers, was vetoed by the governor, and both chambers then were able to override the veto. Narrowly, but they were able to. So that will become law in the state of Kansas. 2322 is the bill that dealt originally with a language change from emotional disturbance to emotional disability. Along the way, they added in the distinction that dyslexia could be a special education disability. And the key phrase is could be, And I'll probably ask Bert to chime in on this a little bit and correct me where I'm wrong or clarify what needs. A student who has been identified as having dyslexia will not automatically qualify as special education. They still need to go through the IEP process. They still need to prove that there's a need for special education services to be provided. Even though they do not have an IEP, if they've been identified with dyslexia, they're still eligible to receive services for dyslexia, just not special education services. So it's not a automatic step that happens, but it is an area that can now be identified in Kansas as a special education disability. Bert, am I anywhere close to accurate on that?
I think you've got the premise. What I'm recommending that we look at is if you look at the dyslexia handbook that Kansas distributed widely and has been referenced in the education for learning in House Bill 2567 for reading instruction, it references referral to the dyslexia handbook. And the first sentence says in the definition, dyslexia is a learning disability. So what we'll be looking at is providing support to the field on how they can identify a student with a primary diagnosis or evaluation that they have the symptoms of dyslexia, or if they have a piece of paper done by a clinical psychologist, a reading specialist, a physician, whomever, then they'll consider that, but that means that it would trigger a special education evaluation. Now, if the parents for some reason would refuse IDEA identification under learning disability, then that means that that student would be served under the state's disability of special education, and there are no federal dollars that can be attached to that service. State dollars can be used because it's a state disability, just like gifted is a state-only exceptionality. We may call this an exceptionality. I'm not sure yet because my team hasn't had time to really reflect on it, and I haven't talked to Casey about it. But at the same time, this is how I'm viewing it at this point in time. But putting it in as a special education disability, dyslexia, if it rises to the occasion of meeting the eligibility prong and has a need prong, then that student's eligible to receive special education services under IDEA, the category learning disability. So we're going to have to clarify and we're going to have to figure this out, but it may be called learning disability / dyslexia or dyslexia / learning disability. But if the parent says, nope, don't want any IDEA, I don't want any federal involvement, then we'll have to identify it strictly as dyslexia, and it will follow the same IEP process, evaluation process, everything else that we do for students with disabilities. So stay tuned. There'll be more coming on this as we figure it out.
All right, so I know none of your school districts or parents find special education procedures to be confusing. So just in case, we've thrown another one in for them. The rest of the items on this particular slide, 2138 requires school districts to provide separate overnight accommodations based on biological sex at birth, is the way it's termed in the bill. It also allows 5% of the patrons in a school district to petition the state board about a school closing decision that was made by a local board. So if your local board votes to close a particular school because enrollment's declining, costs are increasing, whatever the case might be, if 5% of the patrons choose, they can petition that to the state board. The state board makes a determination, but then it goes back to the local board for the final decision. So all the state board is really doing is serving as a administrative hearing process for that decision. And then the Activities Association broadcast fees, that has to do with postseason activities and a local radio station that wants to broadcast an event rather than being solely limited to whoever has signed on with the Activities Association. Senate Bill 123 has to do with scholarships for post-secondary, so it's really not about K-12 ed, but they did put in a provision that had been in another bill, so that if your students take a CTE credential assessment and they ask you to do it, the district will pay for it. There's no additional funding that comes with this. You'll just pay for it. Many of you are doing this already, or some of you, I don't know about many. Some districts are already doing this. We would probably advise just plan on paying for it. Don't make the student ask you to do it. They're not horribly expensive, even without any additional funding. 2236 had to do with parents' rights. A parent may complain about your curriculum or activities based on the fact that they interfere with their morals, beliefs, or values. They may withdraw their child from that class or that activity. If so, they added language as the bill went through to clarify that the student will not be excused from any graduation requirement because of this. And if the student is withdrawn from a class or an activity, they will be expected to complete an alternative assignment that would be agreeable to all parties involved. That's the same process many of you already use. This just puts it in state law. It has not been signed yet. None of the rest of these bills have been signed, but they have passed both chambers. 2292 creates an apprenticeship program. So if you have, like many districts have had, a para who's really good at working with students, would make a great teacher, but they're not a licensed teacher, they need to go back to school to complete that work. That can be cost prohibitive as well as time. This creates a process to allow that to happen. Help with the funding, providing the programming so they can continue working. This really has the potential to be a great program once it gets put in place. So that's going to be worth watching for 2292 in the apprenticeship program. And then Senate Bill 66 was the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. So any states that join that compact, teachers will be able to move between states, and initial licensure between those states will be easier. Once they've started teaching in Kansas, when they renew their license, they've got to meet our requirements just like always. But initially, if Missouri is part of the compact and they move in from Missouri, they will be issued a Kansas license much more easily than it happens now. That's it for bills that are not related to funding. So in relation to funding, there are two bills. The first one's House Sub for Senate Bill 83. It contains a policy piece that's now called the Kansas Education Enrichment Program. It used to be known as the Education Savings Account Act. And it is kind of a long way to explain it. The KEEP program currently exists through the governor's office using federal COVID relief funds, their version of ESSER money, basically, to provide funding to any student, public or private, to use for educational expenses. And that's a $1,000 award. That's pulled into this bill. In order to qualify to receive that $1,000 award, the student's family income has to be 250% or less of the federal poverty level. For comparison, reduced price lunches are set at 185% of the federal poverty level. So it's a little higher than that. I believe for a family of 4, the cutoff would be about $75,000. Would that be right? Yes. Or if you attended a public school last year and it was closed, and your newly assigned school is 15 miles or more away, you qualify for this program as well. And there's two types of awards. If you are a public school student, you're eligible for a $1,000 award one time. If you are a private school student and you meet one of those two requirements above, you're eligible for a grant of 95% of the base. Next year, the base will be about $5,000. And that is ongoing. Once you qualify, you're eligible every year. So each year you would receive 95% of the base for educational expenses. The other little piece that's tucked in there is the deals with compulsory attendance. So you're required to attend school. If you are a private school student participating in this program, compulsory attendance is assumed. We will not be checking, nor will anybody else. So that's the first part of House Sub for Senate Bill 83. The second part deals with funding, and it's of particular interest for those of us online here. It funds special education at the same level as this year, plus it adds $72.4 million as the first step in a 5-year process to move up to 92% of excess cost that was recommended by the state board and by the governor. But this funding is with federal money. So it's making use of the funding that the state received as COVID relief. The benefit to the state doing that, obviously, the state doesn't have to come up with $72 million. The other benefit is because it's federal money, it doesn't count as part of the state's maintenance of effort requirements in 24-25. So in effect, this is a 1-year funding increase of $72.4 million. Then they will see what the Special Education Task Force comes up with as a recommendation for funding in the future before they decide whether to include that 72 million moving forward or not. So that's the way special education is funded in this bill. The bill passed the House. It failed the Senate at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning by a vote of 17-20, relatively close. A few senators were absent. So there has been some talk from a senator or two that they may reconsider that bill when they come back. There are some legislative procedures that allow them to bring a bill back up to vote. Some believe they've already exhausted those procedures. Some believe they have not. We don't know. We'll find out when they come back a week and a half from now. That bill may be dead. It may not. So that's where we are on funding for special education and the possibilities of an additional $72 million. So if that bill is dead, we're left with House Sub for Senate Bill 113. That's the other funding bill that has most of the education funding in it. But you see about the third line down, there's no special education funding because they had that included in House Sub for 83. So if 83 is dead, we have nothing for special ed next year. Not just the 72 million, we don't have the original 520 million. So they're going to have to pull some special education funding of some sort into this bill if they decide 83 is dead, or if they try to revisit it and it doesn't pass. So that being said, everything else to fund education is here. It does fund the 3-year average consumer price base increase that's written into law. About 5,103 is the estimate. We won't know the final number for a couple more weeks. That will come from the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group. Inflation's been going up and down if you follow it, so don't run out and spend the full 5,103 just yet. Let's wait until we find the final number. They changed some language in the bill. Current law says every year the base will increase by the average 3-year average of the consumer price index from the immediately preceding 3 years. So every year you go up by whatever it increased from the prior 3 years. They rewrote it so that it says now the base will be $4,846, which is what it is this year, plus the 3-year increase in the specific years, 2020-21, 21-22, and 22-23. So in effect, unless they come back and change it each year, the base is frozen at that $5,103. The language that the Legislative Research Division wrote in the explainer about the bill was that they removed the ongoing increase. Legislators will tell you, no, we didn't. We can come back each year and change that and increase it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether you think that will happen or not. So for 1 year, we had the consumer price base increase, and yes, that is the language that was agreed to by the Supreme Court, that would continue every year. So there will definitely be some interest in whether they change that language or not. High density at risk funding is allowed to sunset as currently written in statute on July 1 of 24. The governor had recommended extending that for 1 year. This does not do that. Funding for the general fund will change just a bit. Currently, it's based on your enrollment from the prior year or the second preceding year, whichever's higher. This bill will change it to the higher of the current year or the prior year, whichever's higher. So if you're a growing district, this is a better deal. You don't have to wait a year before you get funded for those new students. If you're a declining district, may not make any difference if the prior year was higher, but if you had a higher enrollment 2 years ago, this costs you a little money. It's not new. We used to calculate general fund budgets based on this same procedure, current year, prior year. It's just a difference of which schools benefit from the change. Cost of living is a process that allows districts whose residential home values are higher than the state average to add additional funding to their general fund so that their employees can compensate for those additional costs. It's all funded by local property tax. There's no state aid. So not a lot of districts who are eligible take advantage of it. This would expand the number of districts who would be eligible. Currently, there are 21. I think this would increase that to 26 or 27. So it's not going to affect a great many school districts. For those who are participating in it, it would allow them to raise a little bit more money. But again, it's all local property tax. So only about 7 districts take advantage of that. Here we are with a closed school again. If you accept students from a school that closed last year, so I attend a school, my district closes me, and either our territory gets transferred to the neighboring district, or I just get mad and I decide to go to school in the neighboring district. That neighboring district gets to keep their low enrollment weighting factor from the prior year. Why is that important? Low enrollment weighting is calculated on a sliding scale. The smaller you are enrollment-wise, the higher your factor. You get more per student. So if new students come and enroll, my factor drops, I'm getting less per student. This locks you into that higher factor that you had the year before, theoretically. Some would actually have a lower factor, but that's a long story. So I'll stop here. When I went through this on the Zoom with the rest of the state, there are a lot of questions about, they're talking about schools closing a lot. Does that mean the legislature's planning to start closing schools? No. All of this is being done in response to some schools that were closed this year. And the patrons in those communities naturally are not happy. Nobody's ever happy when their school gets closed. So they've brought some concerns to legislators and to the state board. And so the legislators are reacting to some of those concerns. So they're not looking forward to the future and saying we're going to start closing schools. They're just looking at what happened already this year. And actually it happens every year. Schools get closed for a variety of reasons. So just to clarify that. School safety grants, they added the $1 million back in, so it'll be a total of $5 million now. They added $1 million for parents as teachers. That's just to help cover increasing costs. That won't necessarily allow us to serve any more students, but there has been no increase in the funding for that program for several years. So this would help with that. They removed the additional funding and again, it's additional funding. The base amount of funding is still there for professional development and the teacher mentor program, mental health intervention team program. There was language written that would have put that in statute so that it would happen year after year. They pulled that language because they couldn't agree on which community mental health centers they thought ought to be allowed to participate. So they pulled the language, took the additional $3 million out. So it's funded at the same level as last year, and it will continue as a year-by-year proviso. Late state aid payment that goes to school districts will be made on time this year. They will actually receive all of their general fund and supplemental general fund state aid in the same fiscal year. And once that happens 1 year, it will be in position to continue every year. So those are the the funding pieces. Policy wise, they expanded the participation in the tax credit for low-income student scholarship program. Currently, to be eligible, the student has to be at free or reduced price level for their family income. This brings it up to 250%, that same number that was in the KEEP program. It also increased the tax credit for those that contribute to the program. Currently, they can claim a credit of 70% of their contribution. This increases it to 75%. The bill would allow non-public school students to participate in public school activities. Must be in their resident district. So if I'm a homeschool student and I live in Silver Lake, I can go play ball with the Silver Lake team. You don't have to make any guarantees. If you have tryouts for the team, they have to try out like anybody else. They're not automatically given a spot on the team. You can charge fees to those non-public school students, but only if you charge the same fees to your public school students. So you can't create a new fee for the non-public school student. You may compensate your local school board members. Haven't been able to do that up until now. Open enrollment that goes into place 24-25. So the board has to have a policy by January 24, but the actual practice of allowing non-resident students to attend, if you have space in your classrooms, doesn't start until 24-25. So some adjustments were made. If your staff members live outside the district, many districts allow their children to come to school in the district. This will allow you to continue doing that. They don't have to go through the lottery, that you don't have to determine if there's space in the classroom or not. They're just allowed to come. The bill was also amended to take into account the McKinney-Vento Act that requires homeless students to be able to attend the school district they were in. If they have to temporarily relocate, they would be allowed to enroll regardless of class space in a lottery. And then if you have space and you're allowing non-residents to attend, before you hold the lottery, children of military families would be allowed to enroll. So they're not automatically allowed to enroll if they're out of district, but if you have classroom space, they are allowed to enroll before you have a lottery for other students to attend. I hope I made that as clear as I could. And then finally, an online portal for parents would have to be developed by each school district. The last two items on that list, you're already going to be required to post regardless of this. The non-academic surveys, you started doing that this year. And non-resident transfers, once that practice goes into place, you have to post how many non-resident students you've allowed to transfer in. The item that was added that will create some consternation is your grade level curriculum must be posted each year. Sub for Senate Bill 113 has not passed either chamber. They didn't even bring it up on the floor. Once sub for 83 went down in the Senate, they adjourned and went home, knowing that they don't have any funding for special education anywhere. So they will wait until they come back and then address sub for 113 and the funding and policies that you saw there. And if you want to know more about any of these bills, that bottom section, you can find the full text of any bill by going to the legislature's website, typing the bill number into the right section, and it'll bring the whole language up for you, as well as the history of what it used to look like. And with that, I'll stop sharing. And if anybody would like to have the PowerPoint, if you'll get Kayla, I can email that to you. And then if you want to send it out, if anybody wants it, you're free to have it just as a way to follow through. And hopefully everything on there is relatively accurate. Any questions we can answer at this point?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Craig?
I think Craig would say, don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah. I see,
That not happening. One advantage of being on Zoom, yes.
yeah, let's go ahead and preempt any other questions by go ahead and adding the link to or that PowerPoint presentation, Kayla, if you wouldn't mind sending that out to everybody on the call. That's just good information to have, whether you need it or not. Someone might come to you and say, hey, do you know anything about this? And then you can have that as a resource. So Kayla, if you wouldn't mind sending those out for everybody, that'd be wonderful. Oh, any other questions for Craig?
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing part of your afternoon with me. And if other questions pop up, don't hesitate to call or find somebody that knows more than we do, even better. We'll be happy to answer whatever we can.
Yeah, we appreciate your expertise, and it is good, a good reminder from Bert to not harm the messenger. There is a lot of things going on in the legislature that involve education. So I would encourage you all to be an active participant. Make sure you share with your opinions with your legislators. That might help sway some things if they actually hear from somebody. Sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and in this case, this is a large wheel, and this could be a very squeaky one if need be. Very good. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And let's move ahead to the next item on the agenda, and that's the IPS individual plan of study. I see Natalie Clark is with us. And are you ready to go, Natalie?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I believe I am, if at any time, I was seeing if I'm sharing, it says so if you'll share my slides, I can just ask you to move ahead, it looks like. Okay, so I'm Natalie Clark. Thanks for having me here today. I'm the Assistant Director on the Career Standards and Assessment Services team, working with Career and Technical Education and Individual Plan of Study. I would like to share today how the IPS or Individual Plan of Study is a big part in helping each student reach success and leading to our vision for the state of Kansas. The Individual Plan of Study, we talk about it quite a bit as starting at least in the 8th grade, but middle school, some schools even start with the elementary grades and begin the career awareness piece and allow the students to start finding out more about what they're interested in, what their strengths are. There are 4 minimum components to each student's IPS. That first being learning about where their strengths are and how those may connect toward careers so that they can start to explore career clusters. And based upon those interests, start to select courses that coincide with those career interests. And then the piece, building a post-secondary plan, no matter what their interests are, and knowing that they may change, whether that's the workforce, a 2 or 4 year college certification program, military, but helping them with those yearly goals to make sure that by the time they're ready to graduate, they have an action plan in place. And then an electronic portfolio where the student can house all this information, a growth portfolio from the beginning of their journey in IPS, and then a graduation or showcase portfolio where they can, as a senior, use that information and those artifacts to tell the story about where they've been and where they want to go. And the vision requires every middle and high school student in Kansas have an IPS that is put together by the student, the educators, and the parents, and that they meet twice a year to review the IPS. We send out an annual survey, and I'm going to share with you the results of the 2022 survey. And it goes back a total of 4 years. But those of you who might be in buildings, we did send out the 2023 spring survey on Tuesday. And that does go to all building principals. And last year, we were very fortunate. We had a response rate of 100%, or all of the 298 IPS districts did respond to the survey. This survey helps us determine what support districts need in full implementation of the individual plan of study. And what this is telling us with 2022 and looking back, that who is participating in the IPS implementation. You can see teachers, counselors, and principals are the main participants in this work. So when we're giving professional development, we have had individual plan of study, professional learning networks, making sure we reach out to all these participants who are actively implementing the IPS in the districts. Next slide, please. And this is just for your reference. I did send out the PowerPoint, the resources that I'm going to share, and a report that I'm going to share with all of you if you'd like to know more and dig deeper into the numbers. Next slide. So we asked districts, what are those elements that are currently included in the IPS for your students? So to be sure and mark everything that was applicable, you can see there's a strong reference that students are documenting their career interests and aligning those to the courses they're taking. There was some question on the yearly benchmarks and reaching those short-term goals. So thinking about each student, making sure that based upon their interests and their future goals, that each year they're addressing where they need to be, both academically, employability skills, those technical skills, to make sure that they're successful in reaching their post-secondary goal. So that's a point that we focused on this year in our professional learning networks. Again, those written goals and that post-secondary plan. Electronic portfolio and the why behind that. We did a little bit of work on the electronic portfolio. The American Institute for Research led us. They asked what type of a portfolio would you like for students to have in Kansas? So we talked about a growth portfolio that would allow all educators to support students and encourage artifacts to be placed in the portfolio so that the student could reflect on those pieces and those application of skills and articulate their journey at the time they were ready to move forward in scholarship applications, going on to post-secondary job interviews or scholarships. We also asked, are you recording internships, records of dual course credits or certification? So those indications of strong pathways or programs. And then of course, academic assessments, knowing that some of the occupations require strong academic scores, depending on what type of post-secondary plan that the students have, making sure that they're aware of that as they go forward, not to be a gatekeeper, but to make sure that those yearly goals do in fact help them build from year to year. A resume. This is something, I am a former business teacher, so a resume is something that I always made sure our students had. So mindfully thinking about that, or knowing, sometimes I know our schools are doing a great job for our students, but making sure that we tell the story. So if an English teacher is having a student prepare a resume, if a business teacher is having a student prepare a resume, that a scope and sequence is established to make sure that you aren't missing some of these important pieces. Post-secondary financial plan. We worked really hard with Tara Labar for about a year. I'm trying to ascertain all of the resources that they have available via KBOR. And a piece of that was FAFSA or post-secondary plan scholarships. I'm going to show you some resources that they provided to make sure that students, parents, and educators would have those resources, and tracking applications to those post-secondary institutions. Next slide. On this next slide, I just wanted to make sure that you had that individual information if you're interested in knowing more from year to year. Next slide. Something we've talked a lot about is work-based learning. Work-based learning as recommended by the Governor's Education Council in 2019, 2020, when we started a work-based learning pilot, talked about a continuum that would be pre-K through 12. So those career development appropriate activities. So if we look at the top of this particular display, guest speakers, career fairs, field trips, those elementary career awareness type activities were strong. If we go to the middle school, we think about career awareness and job shadows, mock interviews, career mentoring. Start to back off some. And if we think about how important it is to have those experiences of awareness and exploration, so we can have those high quality experiences in high school with internships, health science clinicals, youth registered apprenticeships, service learning, we can see that the numbers back off some. Next slide. We wanted to know challenges, and this is something we also focused on in our professional learning network. We were fortunate to have a face-to-face pre-conference event at our February Career and Technical Education Conference. The challenges were staffing. Dr. Scott Solberg, we were fortunate to get to work with him through a CASEL grant as an expert with individual plan of study. And he said how important it was. We have the IPS for each student, but how important it may be to have each educator be aware and perhaps be a part of that district-wide. So staffing is something that was brought up as a challenge. So we tried to share models that were working well, that had a strong scope and sequence, that wasn't just a few people trying to accomplish this, but it was a district-wide focus. And you see the process is a challenge. The product that districts are using, it could be Zello, Naviance, whatever they're using to store information about each student's IPS. I felt that was strong, but the process or those experiences that build upon one another that allow them to reflect and to record that information, that's a piece we also focused on because it seemed to be a challenge for a lot of districts. Next slide. This is a resource that I wanted to be sure and share if you haven't seen this. We developed a reference guide, and it is on the individual plan of study page at ksde.org. I did also send the guide to Kayla so that you can reference this guide. What we did is we put all the information together that had been used in the professional learning networks as a resource. And we talked about reaching out to different agencies and trying to put information in there that would help students as they prepared for their individual plan and post-secondary. Next slide. The IPS student summary is a form, and this is when we purposefully collaborated with Kansas Board of Regents and Tara LeVar. We met for each month for about a year. And what we really wanted to do was try to tell the story of what the IPS was so that our counterparts at KBOR would know when students came into post-secondary what to expect. So we had districts present their scope and sequence and what they're doing within the district for IPS. We also had a student present their electronic portfolio and had them articulate what they had done as their journey. So that was really helpful. And we had 2-year colleges, we had 4-year colleges, we had KBOR staff, we had KSDE staff, we had counselors, we had academic advisors and admissions representative from our colleges. And what we said was, based upon everything you've seen and heard, what would help you the most? And they said, this doesn't replace anything within the IPS, those 4 minimum components. However, it helps outline what they felt would be helpful for students to be able to articulate when they first come in and meet with that admissions, if they meet with their advisor. So this is the fillable form that we came up with and how important it was that a student be able to tell about their journey. We also discussed this might be helpful for a student to do each year during their parent-teacher conference because we know plans change and it's important to reflect back and to be able to articulate demonstration of skill. So having them be able to talk about what their plan is and their goals and why that was their plan. Being able to talk about their successes and strengths and their accomplishments. And a piece that really came out was the high school success strategies. So they said it was really important if students had strategies in place during secondary, that they were able to articulate that these supports were in place and that they knew it would be important to continue those going into post-secondary. Next slide. And that particular form on the PowerPoint, it just showed part of it, but it really is the importance of having the student own the process, being able to tell about their journey, and if they have artifacts to reflect back on, to be able to tell the real world examples of what they did to demonstrate skill. This is the work-based learning digital reference guide. If you're familiar with either of these guides, some of the sections within them are the same and some are different. What's unique about this guide is that we ask for collaboration from different state agencies. And when we provide professional development, we try to invite those agencies in. So just to go through some of those, of course, the Kansas State Department of Education. We also asked Department of Commerce. Our workforce boards currently in Kansas, there is a funded initiative to support work-based learning intermediaries in each of the workforce regions. If you aren't aware, please reach out to me for more information. But this resulted at the end of our work-based learning pilot. So it's a funded initiative. There is no extra cost to districts for these services. They can provide such things as helping to create job shadows or coordinate with business and industry for job shadows. They can help with workshops on interview, resume, cover letter preparation, give feedback on that process. They've even set up mock interviews for districts, both face-to-face and virtual. They have connected internships, youth registered apprenticeship information, as well as building bridges is what it's called in Region 1 when they get business and industry together and share so that they make those connections. So if you'd like to know more, there's an intermediate area in each of our 5 workforce regions available to act as that liaison between education and business and industry. We also asked the Department of Labor to help, and I have some samples. They have prepared labor market information in an educator-friendly way. They've sorted it by our clusters and pathways to show what's high demand, high wage in Kansas, and what education is needed for each of those different occupations, so that it can be used for career research for students or parents to know it is also broken down by region, so you can dig in a little deeper as compared to just statewide. We recently had a webinar with the U.S. Department of Labor. They've provided resources they feel are important for secondary students participating in work-based learning. So that information is in the guide. We also, the Kansas Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Labor, Kansas Volunteer Commission. There's a lot of mentoring resources that are available for them. And the Board of Regents, both Tara Labar and her FAFSA information for financial aid, but also Scott Smathers and April Henry with Excel and CTE and some of their resources. So I'd encourage you to look. If you have any questions, be sure and let us know. Next slide. This is the Kansas Work-Based Learning Continuum, and individual plan of study The top bullet, increasing individualization as students connect interests, skills, and goals with career possibilities. So we wanted to show that how important it is to start career awareness pre-K, to make students aware and to spark interest, career exploration at the middle school, starting to look at the 16 career clusters, and then career preparation at the high school level and our 36 pathways. You'll notice we also have career and technical student organizations in the bullet at the bottom, because there's also great ways to demonstrate technical and employability and leadership skills through particular our career and technical student supported organizations. Next slide. We were fortunate to participate in a case study and work with Castle, and this is one of the graphics that came out of that work. I just showed the work-based learning continuum, and our work was around workforce development and integrating SEL. So you can see they have exposure and awareness beginning in preschool and elementary, and that they felt there was systematic, evidence-based demonstration of SEL in those types of activities. You'll see at the middle school, I'm talking about SEL and how that can be demonstrated, and then in high school with those preparation experiences. So we felt that this was a great partnership, and we enjoyed seeing how SEL and career and workforce development could be put together in this developmental framework and the graphic that goes along with the continuum and the different points on the continuum. Next slide. And this breaks it down just a little bit more, looking at those experiences and the framework that aligns with their work. Next slide. If you'd like to read more, there is a case study, and I also sent Kayla the paper that the case study is in, talking about the connections with career and workforce and SEL. Next slide. This was published in May of 2022, talking about the condition of career readiness. The case study for Kansas is also in this report. It was in part published by Dr. Solberg. And if you're interested, this career readiness report I sent to Kayla. It was interesting within that, they said only 5 states have no IPS, or in this paper, they reference it as a PCAP. So talking more about career and academic plan. So just a little bit different way of phrasing it. Next slide. This is another one of our resources. It's also linked within the work-based learning guide, and it's also aligned with the enrollment handbook that auditing uses. So we are encouraging these work-based learning experiences, but we developed some documents to go along with that. Within this, there are forms that are to be used or something similar if your students are outside of the school building. There's some employability skill demonstration, technical skill demonstration forms. Those forms, they're important for the parent, school district, and the mentor to sign. Recommendation of liability forms, time logs. Again, this is linked in the work-based learning digital reference guide, and it's also referenced in the enrollment handbook. Next slide, please. This is just a sample. We worked with the American Institute for Research to come up with an employability skills self-evaluation for students. And this one, we have a digital fillable form and a paper pencil form. We encourage students to fill this out and put it along with their resume and upload it and put it in their electronic portfolio. especially if they're engaged in work-based learning experiences, to try to work on those skills they feel that are not as strong as some, but also to be aware of those employability skills and to be able to talk in the same language as business and industry. Next slide. And this is a reflection sheet. So we talked a lot about when our students are out in the workforce or in the school in a simulated workplace experience, perhaps in a career and technical student organization or working a project within the school, how important it is to upload artifacts, demonstration of skill, and be aware. For example, if a career and technical student organization had a public speaking event, that they demonstrated communication skills. If you're doing a team project, so that they can articulate and reflect and accompany this with the artifacts that they upload to their portfolio. Next slide, and this is a digital fillable form. This is the sample of the digital fillable employability skills assessment. The prior one was a paper pencil form. We have different colors as we have a student section. There's also one available for a mentor if you wanted a mentor to assess a student on particular employability skills. Next slide. And what we did when we developed this employability skills self-assessment was take the model that the U.S. Department of Education recommends within our career pathways. And we used the 3 domains that they used in the areas of applied knowledge, effective relationships, and workplace skills. So those employability skill terms that we utilized are the terms based on this model, U.S. Department of Education. Next slide. And then we asked the professors at the University of Kansas to help us crosswalk. We know a lot of our districts are using the Kansas Can competencies so that they were using it, they would know the terminology that the U.S. Department of Education perhaps would be using or that we're using our pathways. Next slide. And so this is that crosswalk. So as you can see, we have the very top of the crosswalk is indicative of the U.S. Department of Education's framework. We have the Kansas Can competency framework, and then it was also crosswalked with the social and emotional character development standards. So we know these are all very important and just how they all work together. Next slide. This is a sample of what the Department of Labor has prepared for us and how important it is for students and parents and educators to know about the occupations. This particular sample is statewide, but it's also broken out by region. It can also be sorted by cluster and pathway. So what it shows us are those long-term openings, short-term and current openings. And then there's a total score, and that's how they're displayed on the Department of Labor site. If it meets the high demand, high wage distinction, and you can see there's a column and a check mark. But if you haven't seen this, they've made it really user-friendly for us, and they have forms that can be Excel files that can be downloaded that you can sort by cluster and pathway. So if I'm a student interested in business, I can see the ranking and the scores of the occupations in Kansas with this information. Next slide. So we're hoping students will be able to articulate this and understand if they go into this, what they need to prepare for. The information, the labor market information is broken down by these projection regions. So it can be a little more applicable to some regions. Next slide. This is rather new, and we're really excited about this. The Department of Labor has a poster prepared for most of our clusters, and it shows students right now when they come out of high school, the wage and occupations that are in high demand, and they have a star by them if they're high demand, high wage. So you can see with moderate training, and then later with additional training, So if you haven't seen this, I could certainly send Kayla. We have one for teaching. So Delia, I will, if you send me an email, I have it on the last slide, I'll send you all of them that we have. They have one for every cluster that shows demand in Kansas. How's that? Next slide. This is just samples of I picked a few just to show you. Next slide. Next slide, but how important it is for students to be able to articulate if there's positive trend in that occupation in Kansas and what the wages are. All things IPS, as I begin to wrap up, just a reminder that applications will be accepted for IPS star recognition through May 12th. And the star recognition recipients will be announced in the fall. Next slide. All things IPS, this is found on in the KISA section of the KSDE.org webpage, but it is the post-secondary and career preparation foundational rubric. It shows the different pieces of the IPS, the scope. So if you haven't seen this, we're asked a lot, how does IPS and career preparation, the rubric for that, foundationally within KISA. Next slide. HirePass. HirePass is a great partner for work-based learning and IPS. The target market is parents, and it's to make parents more aware of the occupations that may not require a four-year degree. They're still promoting, of course, four-year degrees, but to make parents aware of the opportunities that may be a two-year or a certificate program, and success stories of people who have obtained those degrees. Next slide. So again, the focus is on parents, but is also useful for educators and students. Next slide. And they have a section for teachers, so teachers can sign up for the content that's applicable to their area. And Trish, yes, I've seen districts share this out. Especially districts are encouraged to send in success stories. I know I did that with a former student that was entrepreneurial and farmed, went to Hutchinson Community College and got a two-year degree, and then went back and farmed and also had a business. So they're always looking for success stories also. Next slide. And this is how you can find them on social media. But they're they have blogs. And lots of information that can be used for career development. Next slide. So that wraps up. I think that's about 30 minutes. I went through a lot of information, but I did send Kayla the files for each of the different documents that I shared. Thank you, Tobias, and everyone for having me today, sharing a little bit about IPS and where we're at this point in time.
Well, very good. Does anybody have any questions for Natalie? So I did see in the chat that there were some kudos. First of all, there was the electronic portfolio is important for transient student populations. Thank you so much for the work in this area. All the work aligns beautifully to the new graduation requirements as well. Another question, do you have one for teaching pathway? I know that that's kind of a hot topic as education is kind of on the bubble of in demand.
Yes, so as you guys are going forward, I will put some links in the chat if that's okay, to some of those resources also.
And Lena has a question. Go ahead, Lena.
Thanks, Tobias. That was wonderful. Those resources are immense, and I appreciate all of that. I guess maybe it's more of a comment than a question. I think those salary comparisons are fantastic, but I think we're still struggling with helping kids to really understand, when you're 17, making $27,000 sounds great. but you don't live off of $27,000, you know, so how do we help encourage that, you know, we can't be short-sighted into, okay, well, I only need a high school diploma because look, I can get out of high school and then I can make $27,000 doing this job and I'm set, you know? And so I think, and I don't know what the answer is. I have teenagers myself, you know, but it's like, how can we help them to have, you know, a reference point that's a great start, but that's not where you want to be when you're, you know, 55, 60 years old, trying to retire, making $27,000.
Sure. Sometimes the posters, I mean, if they have a passion for a certain area and can see the exit points and with a little bit more education, what that can do for you, I think that piece is important. I know that financial literacy and teaching that course in the past, something that's really helpful is to talk about lifestyle and what they would like to see for themselves. So something we would talk about, of course, was a budget and realistically the costs of owning a house or perhaps a car they would like to own, looking at that insurance and so putting all those pieces together and then trying to determine if they plan to go on and have post-secondary training. KBOR has developed, there's a lesson for determining if your occupation requires training, the cost of that occupation, you can sort by program and understand the cost. And you can also see the wage coming out of that program for the recent graduates. So Tara did help us degree stats. So there's lots of tools like that you can use, trying to determine return on investment for that education. And then I think that state of what type of lifestyle would you like to have? And if you start to develop a budget of what that may be, and if that would support the lifestyle that you'd like to have for sustaining you and your family in the future, are lessons that I have done in the past. But it's a good question.
Thank you, Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
And Natalie, I've also noticed, and I saw in one of your slides that having guest speakers come into the classroom is a great way to show students, hey, here's someone that looks like me that is doing something that I'm interested in, and we see that in non-traditional gender occupations. We see that as individuals with disabilities breaking into some different work paths, education paths, and employment paths that they hadn't anticipated. So because of the work that you had mentioned with Scott Smathers and what I do with CTE at the post-secondary level, one of the things that we're really trying to do is to break the notion that a four-year education is the only education that is the right thing for any student. And that's not an easy nut to crack. And we're kind of preaching to the choir here. Especially as when it comes to students with disabilities being able to transition into post-secondary and into some of these career paths. So definitely great information. I am interested in seeing how that some of those figures that you presented, I'm going to be digging into those a little bit myself, and I think everyone else is finding them very interesting. Ashley, you have something else?
Yeah, not really a question, but our district recently had the opportunity to go visit another district in the Chicago area that has done a great job with some of the career pathways. And I think a lot of districts have visited there and kind of looking at those models. And Tobias, as you were talking about integrating and making sure that students with disabilities are included in these plans and that there's not just one track for a child that has a cognitive disability or things along those lines. The way that they had approached that was through kind of a tiered system. So I was looking at like the examples of the workforce development efforts and the job shadowing, mock interviews, internships, externships. They created a tiered system of levels of support that would be needed for the student to access those things. So if there's an externship in teaching and a student requires some accommodations and modifications, they're getting pre-training on that, on how to advocate for those. And then also there's a partnership with that work site or things along those lines. All the way from don't need any assistance, but I need to know how to advocate for myself, and then up through kind of supported work placement as well. So I just wanted to share that. It was most recent in my head, and it was also a really good way of making sure that we're not just having a single track for some of our students who may have otherwise been left out of some of those opportunities.
Thank you, Ashley. I think what you said is very important, that self-advocacy piece and knowing those supports ahead of going into an experience like this to make sure it's successful is really important.
Natalie, one of the questions that did come up in the chat is what can SEAC do to support the work that you're doing?
Well, I think what Ashley just said is so important. We want to make sure that no matter what a student is interested in, that occupation, a fit is found for them to be in an occupation that they're passionate about, understand what kind of supports would make them successful, and then being able for them to self-advocate. I know that those strategies are very individualized, and I think that our team here at KSDE, we've talked about working together, and if perhaps there are areas for improvement in our special populations, to make sure that each student has an opportunity to demonstrate employability and technical skills and have the supports they need to be successful to the best of their ability. I think there's lots of areas to work together.
Very good. Mike has a question or comment.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind too, I know personally through my first several jobs, I learned a lot about what I didn't want to do. And I think that's one of the things, as we're all working with students and individuals, is to not, just think about getting that one perfect job. But, I can't remember when I was at a conference and there was an individual, and as you look at across all populations, the best predictor of future employment is previous employment. So getting that first job, even if it helps you to figure out what you don't want to do, those are important skills, and the digital portfolio and all builds into that. And so, yeah, so I appreciate great info, great presentation, and just want to kind of throw in that one little tidbit. That's with one high schooler and one junior high. That's one of the things trying to focus on with them, as they're doing a lot of career exploration in their school, various things. And, I think that's kind of lost because they're kind of thinking about, this is what I want to do for sure. And then it changes next week.
I think, Mike, that's really important. It's the earlier they can just start being aware of all of the different career fields and have experiences to learn more about themselves. Like you say, what they don't like, perhaps what they do like, will allow them to create a stronger plan, hopefully in that high school time, the more experiences they're able to have.
Yeah, I think of the student who takes some CNA classes because their friend is taking CNA classes. Like, do you know what CNAs do? If someone's not, a little squeamish about some things, like, this is probably not your bag of tricks. So, yeah, Natalie, thank you for that great information. And we've got contact information up on the screen now, and we'll have it eventually when we get those slides to dig into. So, Natalie, thank you very much for joining us for that.
Thank you.
Very good. So we are now into our ex officio member reports. We've already heard from Families Together, and we've already heard from the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators, Disability, and next up is the Disability Rights Center. So do we have a report?
Yes, and I'm covering a lot of different things that I think would be of interest to the SEAC. First, the TCIEA, or Transition to Competitive Integrated Employment Act, which is a bipartisan, bicameral piece of legislation in Congress, was reintroduced recently. I'm really optimistic that this will eventually move, and the lead sponsors of both chambers are committee chairs. And that's kind of one of those indicators that, you know, when you're a committee chair, you're likely to have things you really want. Makes it a little easier to get those moving forward. But what that does is it would set out a 5-year phase out of 14C, which is sub-minimum wage, and probably more importantly, provide funding and technical assistance to states and to providers to help make that transition away from 14C employment opportunities. And so, and then there's all kinds of ripple effects beyond that, I think, as we look for that, because one of the things that we do know is that the federal money, while really helpful and important, isn't going to be enough. And so, and 5 years goes by quickly. I mean, we learned with the final settings rule, which we had way more than 5 years, and just the challenges with making that kind of a large adjustment, and especially on top of the final settings rule, which just took effect this month. And so as far as state level policy things, there were a lot of things. Obviously, we had a significant discussion earlier about some of the educational components, so I won't discuss those. But as I kind of talked a little bit during the break too, the KDAD's budget, there were a number of really important good things in there, not everything that we wanted, but I think some meaningful progress in several areas, including the proviso for the community supports waiver, which is kind of probably a good way to think about it. This would be like a light version of the IDD waiver. So you have individuals who need housing would likely need the full IDD waiver, the comprehensive waiver for individuals, especially a lot of recent graduates who are just making that transition, that, you know, they may be living with a family or have housing, you know, that may not be a need. This may be a great opportunity. And a lot of the services that are included in there would be like supported employment, ideally transportation to help that individual get to and from employment, which is a big barrier for a lot of families, a lot of individuals. And then I mentioned before too, that individual budget authority across services. And so it would likely be capped at around $20,000 a year. And so it's not going to be the be all end all, but for a lot of folks, they view this as an important tool to help address the waiting list, and get that, hopefully, well, ideally eliminate it over a period of time, but to be able to add capacity for that community supports waiver and ramp that up over time, while continuing to support the comprehensive waiver and the other waivers. One thing that I forgot to mention earlier is targeted case management. There was a funding increase that was in both budgets. And so that's huge right now. Like Shawnee County has a waiting list for targeted case management services. And so if you're an individual, I was at a school resource fair, ironically, here in Silver Lake, that Craig mentioned earlier. But there's an individual who, yeah, I see Trish. An individual and his son came up to our booth, and they were talking about, you know, just where to go and what to do. His son, I think, was around the age of 14, and, you know, they know they need to apply for Social Security benefits, and they were just lost in the process. I'm like, well, I think, you know, your son might qualify, you know, for targeted case management. Like, well, you know, and the CDDO is right behind us. They're like, yeah, there's a waiting list. And so obviously that TCM would be the perfect person to help with answer some of those first point of contact, you know, here's where you need to go, what you need to do. And, you know, they were just stuck on a waiting list, and that's rough. So hopefully this increase to $75 an hour will help. But I was on a meeting the other day in Sedgwick County. They're actually considering a waiting list as well. So it's really in bad shape in a lot of parts of the state where there just aren't enough targeted case managers available that are taking new clients. So hopefully that will help. I'm trying to think. I think I covered some of the other things earlier as well. Some other legislation that was out there. So one thing not directly related to education, but related to disability, there was a bill dealing with that would basically allow countersuits for any individual that brings an ADA access litigation. So with the ADA, that individual can basically sue for access to a public space. whether that's a business, lots of different things would qualify as a public space. So that with the way the ADA was balanced, that individual doesn't get any sort of monetary benefit. They just ultimately, if they win their case, they end up with access to that public space. And they have the ability to recover their legal fees if they win, but that's that's the only thing their attorney gets out of that piece for doing it. So the bill would basically allow a business to countersue that individual and make that individual have to pay the business's attorney fees. So that individual has no upside for winning their case, but they might have, if they lose, and even if they win their access case, if a different court deems that it falls under this other statute, then that individual would have to pay the business's attorney's fees. And sorry, I'm not explaining this very well, but needless to say, that was very problematic. So we ended up working with the proponents and we got it narrowed because the problem really comes down to the DOJ has not adopted website accessibility standards for Title III of the ADA. And so there are, in certain federal districts, there are a lot of court cases where they're basically suing over website accessibility out of state. So in Kansas, businesses are being sued in the lower court of New York, lower district of New York, with an individual there over their website accessibility. And then they get offered to settle for $10,000 or $15,000, which is less than the business could fight that claim out of state. And so in the means of trying to help solve that problem while not creating this other huge, chilling effect or freezing effect really on ADA in Kansas, we got the bill narrowed to just deal with website access, and then it will sunset once the DOJ adopts standards. And so it ended up being significantly less bad, would be the best. It's not good, it's less bad. But from our perspective, and just so you know, even being limited to website access, that is still a very big deal for the blind and deaf and hard of hearing community. So I don't want to minimize or trivialize the impact to those communities, but we were basically encouraged to be at the table. And if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So we went to the table and tried to make, work to narrowly solve the problem while creating fewer other problems. So that bill it did pass both bodies. It hasn't been signed yet. So we will see kind of where it ends up. Another bill, we ended up, as I mentioned before about subminimum wage, there was a tax credit bill that allowed certain disability employers that do competitive integrated work to basically pass on a tax credit to their customers. It had a sunset in 5 years, which was at the end of this year. And unfortunately, when they brought the bill back, they broadened it and would have allowed even organizations that do utilize 14C to access this tax credit, which would be a first time in history that we've basically offered tax credits to help 14C organizations like that. And so that was problematic for a lot of folks in the disability community. A very simple fix, you just carve that out. It ended up being a challenging issue when it was all said and done in the House Commerce Committee. But thankfully then on the House floor, we got it fixed, and that it hasn't passed. It's passed the House, but hasn't passed the Senate yet. And it was actually 4:30 in the morning on Thursday when they left, because it was a little after 4 when the House finally debated one of the tax bill that had that provision in it. And so I was still up early Friday morning watching that. On a more fun related bill, Kathy's bill, which creates a disability hiring preference for the state of Kansas for state employment, similar to our veterans preference. There was a House bill, and that didn't make it through the House in time before the deadlines. But thankfully, Senator Billinger, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, he introduced it. And so there's a companion bill now on Senate GO. So we're still hoping to move that one forward. And again, just hoping to make Kansas, the state of Kansas a model employer for people with disabilities. We have a lot of great programs out there, but as an employer, we have there's a lot of low-hanging fruit to be had as state government. And so that would be one meaningful step if we can get that one through. And that named after Kathy Lobb, who is a self-advocate who's advocated on employment issues for more than 20 years. I can't tell you how many meetings I was in where Kathy would say, well, have you hired a person with a disability yet? And unfortunately, that answer was often no. And this was as she's asking state agencies this. And then another issue you've heard me talk about many times, the supported decision making. We actually had several bills. We're gaining more champions, but unfortunately that we weren't able to get that any traction on the legislation this year. And I think I mentioned before, we have a website, the idecideKansas.org is and I can post it in chat here in a sec, is a website we've created as a kind of a starting point where somebody who doesn't know anything about supported decision making can go and spend 10 minutes and figure out what it is and where to start. And so just really excited about that. And over the last year, I've been fortunate to be a part of a group. We've went all over speaking to, we spoke at KU Med to a bunch of doctors and healthcare providers. We've talked obviously with disability advocates. Would love to continue to reach important market to have a lot of impact. So please share that. If you need a speaker or want, let me know, because we have a combination of the USAID, myself, and then self-advocates, and we kind of do a panel presentation that we've done in a number of different settings, and we can tailor it. But to talk about what it is, how to use it, and as we've talked about before, you can use supported decision-making in Kansas today. We don't need a statute, even though I believe it's 23 states and District of Columbia do have statutes on it. And then other exciting news, I've talked before about our iTransition app to help with transition planning, to get student input for transition planning. We're actually working on a Spanish version in 2 other states to move it. And so that will be a big step forward. So at some point, I'm hopeful that in Kansas, we might be able to bring that piece back in Kansas, but it's kind of fun to continue to work on that and continue to take that tool to other states to share, to help and assist with transition planning. So that's it. It's been a busy, I think I was in more committees this year. Probably the strangest or the most unusual committee. For the first time ever, I had to testify on a bill in the Ag and Natural Resources Budget Committee. And as 10 years as a legislator and 8 years at DRC, that was the very first time I'd ever been to that committee. So kind of a wild year on a lot of different fronts.
Very good. Does anybody have any questions for Mike? Well, okay, Mike, thank you very much for the kind of the context behind a lot of those items that you're doing. It's great work. Keep it up. I do like the idea of the disability preference for state employees. That's great. There's so much work out there that needs to get done, and it makes great sense that we would be helping to push for this. If there's anything that we can do to help further what you're doing, please don't hesitate to reach out to Kayla, to me, to Bert. We would be happy to help you out.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, next up is the Kansas Board of Education.
Jim could only be on this morning, so he
Hey, you guys have gone so long, I'm back.
he's here. All right.
Take it away, Jim.
Hey, you guys, this is like a marathon. This is great. And thank you guys all for your commitment to special education and to coming together like this. These are marathon meetings. Well, first of all, the board visited the schools for the blind and the deaf up in Kansas City yesterday. Excellent tours. It's great to see the improvements they're making and the successes they're having with kids and developing services. It was truly a great visit, much different visit for me compared to the first 4 or 5 years I was on the state board. There's been it's no longer a dog and pony show. They're really doing some great stuff. And I just want to report back that. I'll keep this short because you guys have said you've been on a marathon. The state board is continuing to be committed to fully funding special education as well as regular education. And we are working with the legislature or pushing the legislature or yelling at the legislature or whatever, get them to do it. And what really bothers me is the fact that they tie it to other extraneous bills that they want to get through, especially the voucher bill. And I just think that's appalling, just wrong to do. So we're fighting them on that. Certainly dyslexia is a continued conversation and very good conversation, hopefully, as we move forward. But the big thing that we're looking at, and I think we're going to hear a lot more in the future, you guys were just talking about it a moment ago, and that's teacher vacancies for regular ed, special ed. Licensure is finding people is a real challenge. And it's not just here in Kansas, but across the nation. And it's not going to be solved by one event or one new program. We just don't have enough people in the pool coming forward, and we don't have people, quite frankly, saying they want to be teachers when they grow up. And that I think that's going to be one of our biggest challenges as we move forward, especially to provide the services that are going to be required not only by regular ed but by special ed. So anything else, I'd stand for questions or comments or attaboys or whatever.
Attaboy, Jim.
Thanks a lot.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Well, very good. I would encourage anyone that if you have the opportunity to attend the State Board of Education meetings, there are some great things that is going on in those meetings and some important work. And it would be important for us to have a seat, at least in the audience, so that we can know what's going on and so that the board knows that we know what's going on. So very, very great.
One more thing, you mentioned that. I will just say it this way. The consequences of elections are long-term. And if you don't, as an organization, look for folks in your area to run for a board member position, or at least vet the candidates that are coming out. Because most of the candidates I talk to are not pro-education, don't have a clue about special ed. And we have board members that right now and I would probably be one that when I started, don't really know a lot. We think we do, but don't know a lot about education in our state, and especially those areas like special education services. So it is not, it's not something that you can just leave to chance that you're going to get board members who are, I wouldn't say sympathetic, but I would certainly say advocates and strong advocates for those students that are most needed, that most need their advocacy. Don't talk to a lot of people that would think of running to the board that have any clue of the challenges and the successes and the quality of people who are in the special ed arena.
Very good, Jim. Thank you. And in the chat, Bert had mentioned, sorry, Jim. So in the chat, Bert had mentioned the state board meetings are live streamed. You cannot drive to Topeka. So if you just find your favorite search engine and type in some of those keywords, you're going to find something. Also,
you can watch every board member meeting for the last 10 years.
Very good.
And by the way, it's easy to watch. They are coded, and you can go to specific times if you have an idea or topics and find them. So you don't have to watch the whole board meeting.
Oh, very good. That's helpful.
Tobias, there's a link to all the board minutes, the agenda, and the videos for the meetings on the KSDE website. So they don't have to even go to a special search engine.
You heard it here first, and I think that got dropped into the chat as well. Good. And Mike Burgess also had dropped something into the chat. And if you're having trouble reading that, I clicked on it and I was able to open it up. It says, IDecideKansas.org is supported decision-making resource, and iTransitionKS.org is a web-based tool to gather student input for transition planning. So the way I was able to read that was just to click on the chat box to bring that up into a larger format. So very good stuff. Thank you very much.
And it was a duplicate. It's actually in the message above that, but for some reason
Okay, oh, I see
But
it now.
I don't know, I copy and pasted and that was an artifact of my copy paste. So I apologize
Yeah,
for my
I
lack
suppose I
of
didn't need to read
technical
that.
acumen there.
Thank you, Mike. Okay.
And the last thing I'd say is please don't hesitate to contact me about issues at the board or issues you'd like to see brought before the board.
Very good. And if you needed to get Jim's contact information, I'm sure we, Kayla, Bert, or me, we can all help obtain that for you. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is the Kansas School for the Blind. Do we have a representative?
Hi, this is Deb Hauser from the Kansas State School for the Blind. And thank you for an opportunity to share some updates about what we've got going on there. The first thing I would like to share is just to let everybody know that we have about 50 students that come to us actually in Kansas City to receive their services on campus. And that's a very small number. But what I really want you to know about that is that we actually touch about 800 kids every week across the state through our field services department. So even though we're a small campus located clear over in Kansas City, we are providing services on a weekly basis to students all across the state of Kansas. And actually, we end up serving about 1,200 students throughout the whole year because there are some students who might come, say, to our extended school year program in the summer, or maybe they come to one of our Trailblazers weekends or to Braille Celebration or something like that, but don't necessarily get other services. So we are touching quite a few kiddos across our state. I wanted also to let you know that a couple of years ago, we started a preschool program that is, we actually opened it with 1 or 2 students. It was a very small number. We are growing that. Word is starting to get out. We are getting more and more calls. Of course, for littles like that, it really is more for students who are local because they're far too little to travel a long distance. Oh. My apologies. So we have currently slated for next year 9 students that we'll be bringing into our program, and are kind of looking at and considering the possibility of opening up another classroom so that we can reach and serve even more students. So I wanted you to know about that. Another bragging right that we have is I'm sure many of you are familiar with a Project Search program because there are quite a few of them, I think, happening across our state now. Project Search is a transition program for students between the ages of 18 and 21. It started in Cincinnati, Ohio. But what I want to tell you about that is that the State School for the Blind here in Kansas is only the 2nd school for the blind in our nation to open up a Project Search program. And we have had a good, successful year with that. We partner with a YMCA close to us in Kansas City, and we are actually have full registration for next year as well. So going into year 2. So in case you have students out and about that you're aware of that might be of interest, that is one of our programs for transition now. Other transition programs that we have kind of have 3 different veins, the Project Search program, and then we also have a program for transition students who are more candidates to attend a community college or a career tech program. And so we help support them through Kansas City, Kansas Community College and the TEC that's connected with that there. Also, another way we reach some students out across the state is through our online computer science classes. We are in maybe our 4th year of that now, and we partner with Microsoft Teals, and they actually have experts in their field that volunteer. They come alongside of our teachers, and they basically co-teach that class. Our teachers are there to help with the access piece and, just making sure the students have the accommodations that they need in order to be successful. And then the Microsoft Teals people are there to actually teach the content. And those students are learning the Python program language. So, we're very proud of that because that is seeming to be the most common language being used out in the business world now. So we're working through that. We also have online Braille classes available to students. So if you have a student out, somewhere too far away to come to us, that's a possibility, as is our music Braille class. and also our Music and Me, which is a music therapy type program for really little students, like birth to 5 kiddos, that happens during the school day. Also, we'll share with you our mobile STEM van continues to grow. That is a van that we load full of all kinds of basically STEM type equipment, robotics, and all kinds of other types of equipment. And we have some of our teachers and our makerspace instructor, Lydia, who will take the van out and bring it to you at any school. You just need to make a request. Hey, we'd like the STEM van to come out. When we go out, we share all this different kind of STEM equipment and how students with disabilities can access it. So, we welcome students without disabilities to come and see what we have going on with our STEM van when we take it out as well. But of course, we want very much to focus on students with disabilities, because they are capable of learning how to use a lot of this equipment and being successful with it. So those are all some really strong successes that we still have going. We continue to partner with state assessment developers and the KITE system that implements the state assessments to continue working toward having the state assessments be accessible to students all across the state. So we still have a few hiccups and glitches with that. We just finished our last state assessment testing session today. So we're ready to report back again on things that we still need to work on it to make it that much more accessible. So that is what I have to share today. And I just ask if anyone has any questions.
Very good. Thank you for all that. I think that project search sounds pretty interesting. And
yeah, it's very nice.
I'd like to know more about that at some point. So
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions for Deb? I don't see any, and I don't see any in the chat. So thank you very much, Deb.
All right, I'll put in one last plug for Silver Lake since it's been mentioned 2 or 3 times today. So Trish and I are actually kind of backyard neighbors.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Well, very good.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome. Thank you very
messaged
much.
Mike Burgess and I said, Deb actually lives in between the two of us. So we've got a great, we have quorum definitely for Silver Lake here in this meeting.
Very good. Well, I appreciate all that up in the north part of the county. So next up is the Kansas State School for the Deaf. Do we have a representative that's willing, that's ready to help give some information for us?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luann Barron. I am the superintendent for the Kansas School for the Deaf, located in Olathe, Kansas. I did have a nice visit with the Board of Education yesterday. During our presentation, we talked about our program that we have. We do have a campus-based program that is located here where students will come to Olathe on campus. We have about 150 students that come, and some individuals, parents decide to place their students in our campuses for language acquisition. And then also we do have our outreach program, which means that our outreach program team does go out in the state of Kansas to provide those services to different school districts, teacher of the deaf, special education educators, and deaf and hard of hearing individuals who are in specific school districts. We do provide about 500, we have identified 500 students in the state, and they're all within our outreach program, and they are ranging from birth to 21. We do have early intervention specialists that provide home visits who support families in their home all over the state of Kansas. And currently we do serve and work with families whose children who are deaf and hard of hearing. Those are 150 families. And that number is constantly growing because families are reaching out to us for more resources when they find out that their child has hearing loss. We have noticed an uptick in newborn hearing screenings that all hospitals are required to give to babies once they're born. They do the newborn hearing screening assessment to identify hearing loss immediately after birth. And then once they're identified, they're referred to a local Tiny K program, and the Tiny K program then refers them to us to provide resources for the families. That number, 150, is continuing to grow and expand. The outreach team, our philosophy is and has been to go to where the request is put in and those services are needed. So this year we have reached out to we have done about 41,000 miles just to make sure that every deaf and hard of hearing child in the state is able to receive services and supports. It is really important work for us, as well as the Board of Education and our instructors, to push for more supports in the states. The campus here, our campus-based program is important, yes, but we are focused on the deaf and hard of hearing students across the state and making sure that they all have services. We always go to the legislative discussion, so that way we know that their budgets, we have budget line items for our outreach program, and the deaf school and the deaf school will be meeting at we'll be meeting Lisa Clunny program. They are consultant for developing a language, and there will be a notice of meeting that we'll send out to the parents that we will be passing off to the deaf school and the school for the blind, and we will say that they're invited to that meeting, or we will be sending out necessary resources, whether that's for the outreach program or for our on-campus program. So we'll be sending out those resources so that way they're able to make an informed decision and they are able to attend either of those schools to attend those meetings. And I will be working on that soon to set up that meeting, and we'll be developing that resource. We are here to provide any of the needs that our deaf and hard of hearing kiddos need, and make sure that they have quality education, quality services, and make sure that their parents have the adequate support they need. So that is the report from the Kansas School for the Deaf.
Very good. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, hearing none, I want to thank all the ex officio members for their reports. This is great information for us. It gives us an opportunity to see what's out there and to maybe find opportunities to build some more partnerships and to strengthen the bridges that we already have. So before we move to adjourn, our next meeting is July 27th, 2023, from noon to 4 p.m. in Wichita, Kansas. That will be a live meeting. I don't know if there is plans to have a remote option for that, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. Marvin's got something. Go ahead, Marvin.
Yes, if I could just add some couple other things real quick. Sure. Some things that we're doing. I know Bert likes transition, and we've been doing a lot of transition around the state again. Just wanted to share one of the things I've been doing with my students, and I'm going to put a link in here. It's a Qualtrics survey, but it kind of gives you a little bit out of it. KU has started a Kansas Navigator series. We were piloting this semester, so it's open to schools. So there's, I think, about 5 or 6 of us schools that get on a Zoom thing for the first hour in the day. I've got my class doing it, so about 10 in my class. And it goes through some transition related items, supported decision making, and how they can move forward from the world of school to adult. So that's a KU USED program that's going really well. I just wanted to share that with everybody because I think we've got 1 or 2 weeks left, but then I think they'll do it in coming up again in the fall. They'll probably put something out there. So if you're in education, take a look for that. The other thing I want to share is we just had the Kansas Employability Summit here in Wichita last week, Thursday, and that went pretty well. And We had a project search and project life groups come down from not just this area, but we had one come from Marion, and they went ahead and did a reverse job fair. Plus, there are some good speakers from a bunch of different transition agencies and different employers and then state services. One of the other things that regarding transition is I'm on the Sedgwick County Transition Council. I just put a link for that. We unveiled that this week as well. And it's a website that we're starting to build that's going to have, basically, we envision it as a one-stop shop for resources for parents, caregivers, service agencies, targeted case managers, so anything that can deal with transition. So we have transition checklists starting as early as kindergarten to 5th grade on there, all the way up to the different 18 to 21-year-olds. And there's a whole bunch of resources that we'll be building and adding to that. And I think we are one of 7 transition councils that a KU grant is funded to get going here in the state. So you can learn more information about that. The last thing I want to just mention, because ESI has been part of my entire time on the council, is I believe it is on May 9th. Bert, you might know that I think is at 1:30 on May 9th. Is the final hearing, public input, is that correct? Up at the state office.
He may have left, Marvin. He put a
Okay.
message in the chat that he had another meeting.
Okay, that makes sense. So I believe it's May 9th at the state office. Kayla probably knows about it. I think she sent an email about it a couple weeks ago. This is something I believe that SEAC approved probably 3 or 4 years ago to address some issues that we needed to address, and it was unveiled at the Kansas Leadership Conference back in July this past year. I believe we had Scott Gordon talk about it with us here at SEAC back in September or November, if I recall. So I just wanted to put that out there. So if anybody wanted to tune into that or go and give comments on that, we can. So that's all the reminders I had. So thanks for letting me speak.
Very good. Thank you, Marvin. And did Leslie, did you have something to add? I saw the hand go up and then come down.
No, I actually was going to ask for OSEP, their conference is at the same time as the Kansas leadership. So I'll follow up with him about that. Thank you, though.
Okay, very good. Lastly, unless anybody has anything else to add, I'd like to thank our sign language interpreters, Jessica Cartwright and Jasmine Velasco, for their handiwork. So very good. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Marvin Miller. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
This is Brooke Moore. I'll second that.
Very good. And I don't know if Kayla has a poll for this, but we could just do this. Is anybody opposed to adjourning? Hearing none, I'm assuming that's an unanimous yes. So thank you very much for attending this meeting, and we will see you in July. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm going to go ahead and sign off.